Good morning, everybody. Did you have a good evening? Did you have a good night? Did you enjoy the hospitality of WeHub? Let's give a thanks to the CEO. Sita, get up here. WeHub, not T-Hub. There's a guy. Sita, come here, come here. No. He has to sit down because he has not read a book yet. That's the first thing. The second thing is, he wonders about our style of design. And yes, it's true, I took my tie to match the colors. Do you see this? That is grown-up leadership here. Thank you all for being here. We have a much more serious topic than what I have introduced so far. I want to address especially those of you who are winners, those of you who are national experts, those of you who are coming to join the WSA community because of your interest in what we can do with digital technologies for a positive social impact. WSA is, as you have repeatedly heard, known, and also digested, it is something where the quantity of things do not matter so much. And I give you the numbers so that you can be resting assured that what I'm telling you about the quality of issues and the quality of focus, that this is supported and also founded well in various different kind of numbers. The issue today here is digital democracy and us. I'm seeing that there is somebody playing with this here. Can I just have the slides which I want and not which the technician wants? Or AI wants? Or MI wants? Man intelligence. Can we have W intelligence, women's intelligence? My clicker does not relate to my slides. Okay, now we are ready? Thank you. So, the point is, what I wanted to do is I wanted to reassure you regarding that there are the numbers, but what matters is the quality of our learning together. And it is the quality which has changed dramatically over the last 10 years. What I have to tell you today is that the promise of the computerization, of the informatization, of the digitization of societies around the globe, that promise has been delivered with a poison pill. And we have to look at the dark side of digitization as much as we look at the bright side. WSA Global Congress is a time to focus on the bright side. But when we look at the dark side, we need to see that the bright side has been a promise not delivered. We have talked about the worldwide access of information. Yes, we got that, but we got also a worldwide network of conspiracy theories and fake news. We have a timeless connection of people and things, but we have also mobbing, hate news, and the spread of violence and pornography. We have just-in-time communication at no metered costs, but we have an addiction and an epidemic of social addiction, especially among young women, in terms of, in the developing countries, in terms of being always online 8 to 12 hours a day. We have empowered individuals and social movements, but it has given rise to those people who propagate populist ideas, autocratic government, and a kind of shameless misuse of democracy. And it allows 24/7 services and commerce with the appropriate forms of exploitation. This common scenario of hope and trust and progress has been not delivered without the poison side. The poison side of an increasing common scenario of dysfunction and also of despair in terms of the threats of democracy. So what you have is all those things which I'm enumerating here as the very issues to which we have to respond and which we have to be accountable for. These are issues which are relevant across nations, across continents. They are global issues. Inasmuch as the very base of which we are talking about, which is the technological transformation through digital, is a global phenomenon. And we know, you know, we all know what it does to the democratic governance of our societies. Now, the point is, what is it what we need to do when we look at the arc of history, the trajectory where this digital transformation leads us? Does it all lead us to progressiveness? Do it all lead us into a good life, social justice and democracy and peaceful negotiations among nations? Or will it bend towards an arbitrary, whimsical rule and also a global collusion of autocracies? The answer is not given. The answer is the result of struggles, of your efforts, of our efforts, and also of a global community of people who are answering to this question. This conference, this Global Congress, is asking a question. And you are part of the response. You are the part of the response in terms of, do we make the arc of digital human progress in history lead us into a positive future, into a future of an equitable and just society, or will it be leading us into autocratic domination, exploitation, and zombieism across the continents? You might say, why are you addressing me as a winner? Why are you addressing me as a national expert? What is it what you want me, what you want from me? I want you to be assured and to invest and to take purchase in WSA because you are convinced that we can have a positive transformation of our societies, that there is a bright side of the digital revolution. And you can say that you are not, with your solutions, stealing data from people, but that you serve people, that you are not exploiting people, but that you are working to improve lives in your community, and that you tackle problems and you are not part of spreading lies and disinformation, and that you are meeting needs of people rather than abuse them by stealing their data and not remunerating them for what they are offering. So I say welcome to the winners. You are a select group. You are the people who are giving actually hope. Why are you a select group? Because you were selected on the national level in your own countries. You are one of 8 possible choices in your countries. You are one of the 8 possible choices to go from your country onto a global scale. And then what happened is that this year we had 413 nominations from 96 countries, and 352 were completed. And you are here because you were selected from that on a short list of 133 solutions from 63 countries. And we had a short list from all around the world, and you are the selected few of that. So when you look at this process of a 3-step nomination, this is an incredible journey of evaluation, of quality assurance, of investigation, and also of interaction. One of the things which we have introduced over the last 2 or 3 years is that every grand jury has had a direct Zoom conversation with you as winners before making a decision. And that is a really interesting thing. It gives you transparency who the jurors are, and the jurors get a feel for who you are and how we can trust each other. And I think that is something very, very important, that you realize that you went through a process which might not have been as onerous as you might think later on, but it has been very much in terms of a diligent and responsible selection. The selection is at the very end on the issue of impact. How much can we say as experts from outside, looking at what you have submitted and what we learned from you in terms of how you meet the human needs in your community? WSA has a mission. It is within the global context of the United Nations World Summit on Information Society process, which started in 2003, to bridge digital divides. And what is really interesting is that your solutions are actually helping to bridge those digital divides in many different kind of places, in many different ways. You will have later on today a special workshop on social impact measurements, how to refine your social impact, how to use that kind of thinking in terms of social impact, how you are not just doing it for yourself and for what you as your narrow kind of views of what is monetizable and what is not, but how you can branch out and also broaden your impact. And it is something where you need to challenge each other. You need to challenge each other in terms of in which way can you learn from the other, can you learn from the transparency of how they are doing things and how you can social franchise. WSA is a community where the main thing is not competition, but cooperation, where the main thing is how to learn from each other and how to build democracy. Democracy is a way of how we are included in the exercise of power in our societies. And we will have later on a panel where we will investigate this in regard to political participation, in regard to AI, in regard to empowerment, and how AI and empowerment can merge together within a form of governance which is more just and more participatory than what we can see now. Democracy is something where we all are actually endowed with the kind of very basis of human dignity, which is the freedom to act, not to have to ask and not to have to panic that whatever you do or say is arbitrarily being misused in order to punish you or to give you a social disadvantage. And democracy is a way of how we can live together on the basis of a real true equality, that we see eye to eye, that we are treating each other with the same respect, and that government treats us with the same respect as the government expects us to treat as well. Your solutions can be summed up and also clustered around themes which underpin democracy, which make democracy work. And while you're working on something like technology for good, or if you're working on smarter solutions for healthcare, or if you're looking at in terms of how to transform in your society agriculturally, educationally, or in terms of governmental services. These are all things, these are all solutions which make the complex fabric of society work in a way that democracy can be a good way of how to govern ourselves. I say thank you very much to Telangana State. I want to thank very much WeHub and T-Hub. I want to thank everybody involved here. I want to thank Digital Empowerment Foundation for the work they are doing, spreading out into the communities, not just here in the center of a city, but but outside in the rural areas. This not only requires respect, but it also offers for us an opportunity to learn where we need to go. And all the partners around here in Telangana, which have been very much helpful in terms of our work. Welcome to the Global Congress. Thank you for joining here. Can you speak a little bit slower?
Yeah, I will try.
You're wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I now please have Sita Pallachola, the CEO of WeHub and our gracious host, to please come on the stage and elaborate on why reimagining ecosystems, because inclusion isn't an option anymore, is important for all of us in this room today.
Hello? Yeah. Usually I don't need a mic. My voice travels through all of Telangana. So officially, welcome to all of you to the WSA Congress 2025. It's truly always a pleasure to sit in a room full of entrepreneurs, right? To sit in a room with minds that are thinking of solving challenges across the world. So it's truly my privilege and honor to be on stage today, and welcome again. Okay, so when we talk about inclusion, I hope by now everybody has an idea of what WeHub does, right? If we don't, then I'll just spend 2 minutes on what WeHub does and why the government said we need an organization like WeHub, right? WeHub is India's first organization set up by a state government to support women entrepreneurs, whether you're in the urban landscape or in the rural landscape. So typically, when an entrepreneur walks through our doors, I'll give you an example. We have a data scientist with 25 years of experience who's just raised a couple of million from India's biggest VC. We also have, thank you. That's just one story, and we have so many others. And we have another artisan from rural Telangana who revived. She had a stall yesterday. I hope you had a chance to visit it. She makes cereal masks. It's a 450-year-old art form where you use tamarind paste and sawdust to make masks. She was going to shut shop when she came to us, and she said, nobody wants to do this anymore. Everybody's migrating to the cities. But I truly feel we've done this for generations, and maybe I could revive it. And today, I can proudly say that with WeHub support, she now employs 30 women herself and has a thriving business where she makes beautiful artwork and sells it across India and outside of India as well. So that's just to give you sort of the range of entrepreneurs that we deal with at WeHub. So when we come together as heads of T-Hub, WeHub, T-Works, TSIC, Emerging Technologies, we always think about the entrepreneur first. So it's great when I heard Peter talk about all the entrepreneurs here with a unified goal of bringing digital solutions for social impact. Now, it's sort of like armor, right? Like when you have somebody like Manga, who's in rural Telangana, who has access to the same resources and tools as somebody who's sitting like the data scientist who walks through our door, who's now, running a thriving multi-million-dollar startup. So in all of this, why is inclusion such a big deal? Why are people talking about it? And why do we need a separate space for women? There are many unique challenges. I think I've worked across geographies, and we've had heads of states and entrepreneurs. All of us used to sit and talk together. And we had certain things that we all faced. And we said, I mean, many of the women would agree sitting here as well. Sorry, I'm just losing my voice from all the screaming and shouting yesterday. So why is inclusivity just not a dialogue and debate, but more a policy or a change that needs to come through in ecosystems, in organizations, in corporates, in the entrepreneurial system? Because you can't ignore 50% of the population. Sometimes I'm told there is a policy that's made by a cabinet of men for women, right? Or HR policies that are for women that are made in a boardroom full of men. So when you want to be inclusive, you must include people who are the beneficiaries of what you're making policies for, which is why we think our role is important in bringing women to the forefront for an inclusive growth. What does this mean? I'll give you a small example. We started going out to certain communities where women couldn't step out of their houses and really come and be a part of WeHub, right? So I've got the timer, sorry, yeah. So then what we realized is, I'll wrap it up in just a minute. What we realized is when we went to them and we said, you can formalize your businesses and you've run this through, but you can have your own financial track record. You don't need to be dependent on your husband or your brother or the male member of the family. We slowly started seeing over a year how domestic violence had reduced just in a span of 12 months, right? These are certain communities we're talking about. And how now the women are more confident and they come, long story short, now they come everywhere. You've seen some of them at the stalls yesterday, they come and attend programs. So it's larger than just making a policy or just having an event. I hope we think about it at every step of the way. Usually I bother everybody when I see a lot of men discussing on the panel, and I'm like, where are the women? There's 7 people, 7 men sitting on a panel and discussing, right? So in the interest of time, I'm going to wrap it up quickly. So I'm so happy to be a part and a host to the WSA Congress, and happy to be partnering with DEF, Digital Empowerment Foundation, with all the good work that we're doing. We're also building a huge mentor network. So my plug-in is that beyond events, what can we do together? Maybe there's some of you who'd like to mentor some of our entrepreneurs. Maybe there's something that interests you that, that you can pick up. We'll have a conversation later about that, but welcome again and congratulations to all the winners. And we're always available for a chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sita ma'am. Can I please ask Avikrut, the CEO of T-Hub, for his address and his highlight on the importance of startups for impact?
Thank you. Hey, good morning, everyone. It's hard to follow after Sita, especially as a man. It's wonderful to be here. I welcome you all to T-Hub. I'll keep it short. I'll take a few seconds to introduce T-Hub, welcome you, and share 2 cents on what I believe you could do in your 3 days here. So I'm only 4 weeks old in this organization, and this is the first time I'm speaking on this stage, and I feel honored that I have the opportunity to do it with you who are building startups and ventures and ideas for true impact to solve for true global social goals. I'm also happy to be here because this is such a diverse audience here with all of you here. So very happy to be here. T-Hub is an independent Section 8, which is a non-profit organization that can generate revenue in India. We are about 10 years old. We are in our 10th year. We were formed with a large backing by the state government 10 years ago in partnership with academia and industry in Hyderabad. Our charter is quite simple. We want to encourage more and more startups and innovation to happen out of Hyderabad and Telangana, but not just for people from here, and build for the world. And we believe that if a startup comes to us in this building or outside, their chances of survival, scale, and success should improve, because that's a founder's biggest fear, right? Three things about us. We run a few funds, and we also have enable grants for startups. We also have a very large network of ecosystem for startups. We have mentors, we have value partners, we have flagship programs for startup cohorts in India. And lastly, this building that you're in, this happens to be the world's largest building that is dedicated to startups anywhere on the planet at about 570,000 square feet. So I'm very, very happy that you're here today. Two quick cents, while you're here, given this, the space that it is and the environment and ambience that you're in, I hope that you are going to walk around and meet all the founders and startups. We have over 500 companies in this building, and inspire them with what you have built and what you have done, because startups are only worth not their valuation or products, but the impact that they truly create. And I hope that you can inspire some of our startups here. And the same goes for you. I hope our companies here, when they meet you, they are able to spark some inspiration from the work that everyone does here. Hyderabad is very new on the startup ecosystem. While we've been doing it for a long time in the recent internet decade, and now in the upcoming, what we can call, I guess, AI decade or two, we hope to become, as a city and state, a destination of note. Last year, Hyderabad was ranked 4th on independent startup global ecosystem rankings after Bangalore, Delhi, and Bombay, and we hope to someday, get to the podium over the next few years. Last year in India, there was about $7 billion of venture funding that happened across different sectors. We got only about $500 million in Hyderabad and Telangana, but we had the highest growth, about 150% growth versus the year that we raised before. Again, that's just a short introduction of what we do here. I'm here, throughout. This is where I work over the next couple of days. If we can be of any help while you're here beyond the Congress, I'll be more than happy to, support and host you. Welcome again. We are very happy to partner DEF and WeHub to host you here through the Congress. Welcome, and hope you have a fantastic 3 days here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would just like to say a big thank you for having us here again, for making us feel like home, and for being so kind. We've been here for 3 years, and we hope for a very long collaboration with you. We now have a special message from Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, the UN Under Secretary General and the Secretary General Special Envoy for Digital and Emerging Technologies.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to address you today at the World Summit Awards Global Congress in Hyderabad. Last September, world leaders convened in New York for the Summit of the Future and approved the Pact for the Future. A critical component of this pact is the Global Digital Compact, the first comprehensive framework for digital cooperation and governance of technologies, including artificial intelligence. The Global Digital Compact provides humanity with a new strategy to promote an inclusive, open, sustainable, fair, safe, and secure digital future for all. Anchored in the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, it emphasizes the importance of human rights as the foundation of digital cooperation. The theme of this year's WSA Global Congress, Digital, Democracy and Us, aligns closely with the priorities of the Compact. It reflects the growing recognition that digital technologies, when developed and governed responsibly, can strengthen democratic values and address global challenges such as inequality, the rule of law, economic growth, and education. I look forward to the ideas that will emerge from this year's Congress, ideas that can help drive collective action, advance the SDGs, and move the Global Digital Compact from vision to action. Participation, access, and transparency are not just principles of democratic societies, they are essential to how we approach digital cooperation. They are both the method and the substance of our shared efforts. As we advance the Compact's goal, we must work to close digital divides, ensure the benefits of the digital economy are shared equitably, and make sure data creates value where it is generated. In this context, innovators and startups will play a critical role. By fostering innovation, they can help create inclusive digital solutions that respond to the needs of diverse communities, particularly underserved groups. By promoting user-centric solutions, startups can lower barriers to participation in the digital economy and the broader economy as well. Tech solutions developed with an understanding of local context and a participatory approach are powerful tools. They help ensure that technology adapts to the needs of people and society, not the other way around. Innovators can anchor their approaches in the principles of the Global Digital Compact by creating new opportunities, increasing accessibility, promoting open source solutions, and ensuring that technology is developed for all people, not just a select few. The newly established United Nations Office for Digital and Emerging Technologies serves as an advocate and focal point for multi-stakeholder cooperation on digital technologies. We are committed to ensuring that all voices are heard and all actors are included in the implementation of the Global Digital Compact. To that end, we invite stakeholders from all sectors to endorse the Compact's vision and principles. The multi-stakeholder implementation phase of the Compact will begin soon, and each of you will have the opportunity to contribute to this transformative process. In closing, I would like to extend my gratitude to the World Summit Awards community for your ongoing contribution to the 2030 agenda. Your work exemplifies how the digital landscape can drive change, inspire new approaches, and push the boundaries of what is possible. Your commitment to innovation is vital as we drive the Global Digital Compact forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Amandeep sir was also talking in line with a session that we're going to be having tomorrow where we talk about the Global Digital Compact, and more details of that session is in your agenda, and if people are interested, we can have that conversation tomorrow as well. Right now, can I please ask Pranita Upadhyay, the head of the Area Office for South Asia and Innovation Center from International Telecommunication Union, on the stage, please. Yeah, absolutely.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed organizers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I am going to speak on behalf of our Secretary General of ITU, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, who could not attend this event, but sent a message to all of us. So from ITU perspective, from her mouth, technology is more than networks and devices. It can connect people, communities, bridge the socio-economic divides, amplified marginalized voices, turn dreams into reality. This vision has given World Summit on Information Society WSIS process for the past 20 years. As we approach 20 years of review of the WSIS process, we celebrate 2 decades of progress, partnership, perseverance, in harnessing digital solutions to tackle global challenges. With 5 years left to achieve Sustainable Development Goal, the urgency to act has never been greater. The WSIS Plus 20 review is our chance to both reflect the past, look towards the future. It also reaffirms the power of multi-stakeholder collaboration, government, international organization, private sector, civil society, technical community, academia, all working together to put digital technology at the service of the Sustainable Development Goals. On behalf of ITU, the United Nations Agency for Digital Technology, I thank World Summit Awards for its commitment to the WSIS process and congratulate all the WSA winners and young innovators. Their achievement reminds us to our shared digital future, not something that merely happens to us, but something we can actively shape. I invite these innovators to showcase their ideas at a young track of WSIS Plus 20 high-level event in July 2025, where we will continue to build a better digital future for all. Thank you once again to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranita ma'am. Can I now please have Mr. Osama Manzar, the Director of Digital Empowerment Foundation, to come on the stage and share his 2 cents.
It's not fair to have only 2 cents. Can we increase it to 20? Okay, thank you very much. Nothing much to say. I was just talking to Jayesh sir. He is the secretary that you met yesterday. He said, "Isn't the inauguration yesterday?" I said, "That was informal one. You should have been here." But thank you very much. The reason I am having this screen to you, especially for the international community, is that our job is not done yet. We are, I just wanted to inform all of you, every country that you are from, a size of that exists here who is unconnected, inaccessible, not taking benefit of digital. They are deprived, they are digitally excluded. And we want you to know that might be existing in a much smaller format in your country also, right? And that is the most important part that I want to convey to all these 60 countries who are here, all those 150 delegates who are here. Our people, we have been talking all the time, but this is what DEF is about. This is what DEF as an international community of WSA is about. This is the organization which was just a couple of people in 23 years back when WSA and we got together. And even after achieving 35 million people that we claim that we have reached and we have benefited, we have at least 500 to 600 million people in India are deprived because of the non-availability of digital, but asked to do everything through digital. And that's the reason why you have a symbol of thumb impression in front of you outside, because that is an identity of the people who decides your access to food, access to information, access to health, access to everything that you want to have. So digital for us is, while inclusion, it is also exclusion, right? While it is a right, it is also inaccessible right, right? It's something like saying I have right to information, but I don't have access to information. We have right to food, but we don't have access to food. We have right because access is digital, right? And this access is basically the biometric and digital. And that is the reason why it has reached to a point of so much of importance that even the democracy is endangered because of the so-called digital inclusion. Because we are also using digital platforms to exclude you constitutionally, democratically. Somebody said yesterday that we are elected democratically, but we rule undemocratically, right? We use digital undemocratically. We send WhatsApp information democratically, misinformation democratically, but we use digital barriers to avoid the rights to you, which you can easily give through digital. And that is the reason why, this is important here. And we want all of you to participate in that one. You are going to experience all these examples of digital inclusion, digital exclusion in the garb of startup, start down, start away, there's so many things. A startup is a norm that it feels like as soon as you're a startup, you have achieved your life, right? We don't look at the graveyards of a startup. We only look at the billions of dollars that people put in the startup, but we don't look at them. And only the unicorns are looked at as a sense of inspiration. But is the startup solving human problem? Is a startup solving democracy being dying problem? Is a startup solving the problem of, you being not datafied? Is a startup, solving a problem of, that you don't even have a right to be platformized? You are being platformized right, left, and center. You are giving all your data, but you are hardly getting an access to your own data to take a decision. Somebody else is taking decision on your behalf. And these are the issues that we are going to discuss in the next 3 days in various sessions, in next sessions and all that. I will stop here by saying a formal welcome to all of you. You are in a place, in a building where you are going to have the best of everything, but don't enjoy so much that you forget the right? Digital rights are very, very important. Keep discussing that one in various sessions and ask us questions. Enjoy the time and let us know how you can contribute in learning what we want to learn from all of you. Thank you very much. Warm welcome.
Thank you so much. And now we have a small but a big announcement for you all. An announcement on how to learn to serve meaningfully, and an announcement of a collaboration that Digital Empowerment Foundation is launching with the government of Telangana and T-Hub. Can we first have the video trailer and then we do the announcement? Thank you. Did you know that the internet started on 15th August 1995 in India? But did you also know that today only 56% of Indians have access to the internet? That 2.5 billion people worldwide remain unconnected. 600 million constituting of artisans, indigenous communities, vulnerable groups, and women are Indians. That the gender digital divide still keeps many from accessing opportunities. Did you know that 1.2 billion Indians generate data every day, but many don't know who owns it? That data privacy, data piracy, and data fiduciary rights shape our digital lives. That AI and algorithms can exclude, discriminate, and even endanger lives. For over 2 decades, the Digital Empowerment Foundation has worked to bridge these gaps. We have documented experiential stories, how digital has impacted Dalits, OBCs, linguistic minorities, mountain communities, the poorest of the poor, and the most marginalized. How some people eat only after biometric authentication, and how entire villages are still waiting to be connected. Welcome to the Museum of Digital Society, a museum that is not just an archive but an interactive, living, and breathing space. A museum that talks, a museum that plays, and a museum that engages. A museum that asks you, what was the past of the internet? What is its present? And what will its future be like? This museum is an initiative by Digital Empowerment Foundation, supported by the government of Telangana and T-Hub. Spanning 2,000 locations, impacting 35 million lives, it brings you stories and innovation that can empower the next billion. This is not just a museum, this is the future of digital society. Thank you so much. Can I please ask Osama sir, Peter sir, and Kavikrut to please come on the stage and Ramaji, and please do the announcement for the Museum of Digital Society.
You just have to say something.
Nice job. Good job.
A very good morning to all of you. Welcome to Hyderabad, the city of pearls, the city of biryani. More than that, the city of IT and deep tech, and the city of pharma. There's so many things that I can tell about Hyderabad. But again, congratulations to all the winners who are here and the experts who have come all the way to Hyderabad. Well, I'm really glad today to be part of this WSA World Summit Awards program, which is spread across 3 days. And the sessions that are curated, Osama, when we were actually showing that video and the slides that Peter shared, earlier, I'm glad to say that the Telangana government is actually trying to address all the challenges that both of you have talked about, either, increasing access to services to the unconnected or people living in remote villages, access to healthcare, access to education, and we are trying to address challenges on the ground using technology. And I lead the emerging technologies, and we are looking at, technologies such as AI, blockchain, robotics, IoT, and we are leveraging these technologies to address core problems that you have been, watching out in the last 2 days, yesterday, today, and what Mr. Amandeep Gill also actually mentioned about, leveraging these technologies for greater purpose, common good, and so on. So I thank, Osama and Peter for bringing this event to Hyderabad, and I actually wish that you are going to have a wonderful 3 days here. And if you get time, I don't know if Osama has actually organized this. Are they going around to visit some?
Yes, yes.
Good, have a great sightseeing and, get a feel of the city, you will love the city. So and I was talking to Sita, this is a 3-day event, but post this, let us see areas where we can collaborate, to address the global challenges that we have been listening to, we have been hearing, Let us see, some of the best solutions that you have actually developed, probably from the government side, we would want to have a look at it and see if they are related to our state, Telangana. And if so, then we are ready to implement or give you an opportunity to implement those solutions to address the problems in Telangana. So thank you all once again for coming all the way to Hyderabad, and have a great time here. Thank you.
All of us know that we can never meet all the challenges, but we have to prioritize. And one of the things to prioritize is to start to have a look in the back side of things and look in the front side, look in the past and look into the future. What I find interesting about the project and why I think the Museum of Digital Society, in the way it is crafted, is so interesting is because it looks at the underbelly of the dominant discourses on the transformation into the digital society. It is not repeating, regurgitating, and embellishing the discourse of the promise of technology, but it looks at where this promise is not kept, where we have to work on it, and where this promise has also turned against itself. And I think that this is so important to do, to build institutions, to build spaces, to provide occasions on which we can be true to the facts which are really showing where we miss, where we fall short, and where people are suffering still. And I think the Museum of Digital Society, the way it is set up here, is very much a highlight, a lighthouse place to go to, somber and clear about the challenges for the digital impact solutions which you are working on, which everybody should be working on, and which we want to spread from Hyderabad.
Thanks, Peter. I just want to add what Peter has already said, is that this museum is a work in progress, and it's a working museum, it's a living museum, and it is not a museum of archive of work. And it is something that must be used. For example, if you go to the corridor, everything is QR code. You can click and you can read the stories and you can learn from those things. And I would like to extend this invitation to all of you, because you all are award winners and innovators. If you would like your innovation to be added into the museum as a matter of learning ecosystem, we will be very, very happy to have it. And the second part is it's virtual, physical, creative, and brick and mortar. It's not digital as just digital. How it is impacting the society is the crux of the message of this thing. So it will have a lot of stories, which will be stories of exclusion, death of democracy, death by data, and things like that. All those things, surveillance, and all those things will also be there. And I would like to extend this, that Kavi has provided all 3,000 square foot of a space to put it here so that people can visit. And when I was talking to him other day, he said, listen, let's convert the whole building into a museum. So I don't know where he will stay, but
I'll explain it.
Yeah. So that is the way he is looking at it, is that it should not stick to one room. He will explain. But thank you very much for participating. But please do contribute into this one and learn from this one. That's the invitation.
No, thank you, Osama. We are pretty much the world's first museum, I think, of digital society, as founded by all of you. It's pretty much the world's first. I think it would be unfair to close stories such as these of inspiration, failure, struggles, impact in a 3,000 square feet room. We have the world's largest building for innovation and for startups. So what we will do is you will get a brief of the museum and why it's here in that 3,000 square feet. But as you will walk through what is a demo or a trailer of what the museum can look like, as you will see outside this venue on the floor here, we are all living stories every day, and we hope that we can bring over 100 stories alive for people who visit this building. As they walk across the building, we will have installations, we will have sculptures, we'll have pieces of stories and art across the entire building. We don't need to be limited to a simple space, because it's just stories that truly matter. And I think in the age of where stories are just infinite feed and flip on our digital screens, I think the Museum of Digital Society definitely doesn't need to be digital. So we'll do our best to create a space that inspires all our visitors to build digital, to convert their ideas into digital impact that they can truly be inspired by visiting us. And we have enough examples across the world. You can take cities, art galleries, where being open, physical in the space, physical inspiration has become even more so required in today's world. So we are very, very happy to host the first such museum in the world, and we will do our best to bring it to life. Thank you so much for giving us this wonderful, unique opportunity.
I have a question for Osama. Osama is very much, as you can see from his dress, he's very Indian, and he's using a very European colonialist concept of museum. Why is it not called the ashram of digital society, Osama?
Ashram.
Ashram, yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you so colonialist?
This is not colonialist. This is handwritten.
Museum.
This is
museum.
handwritten.
The notion of museum.
Yeah, it's a language. We are integral. It's
a
integral.
concept.
No, it's
a colonialist
integral.
concept.
It's integral. Because we want to integrate.
Get going on the ashram.
Yeah.
Get out. Who wants ashram? Who wants museum?
Yeah.
Ashram 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As the building owners, we are not going to call it an ashram. But thank you, Peter, for the suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Akanksha, for, making this happen.
Thank you. A small announcement. The people in the room, we have an e-waste upcycling challenge happening on the 5th floor where young students and women entrepreneurs from WeHub have collected tons of e-waste from Pondicherry and are turning them into products as a live demonstration. So whenever you have time, please do visit them on the 5th floor. And I would like to ask Peter sir to take over so we can start the first session of the day called Futurizing Democracy. We're 15 minutes late. I'm very sorry, but you're going to have to keep time.
Whatever you want, yes. I think that there should be much more interaction than just having straight talks. So the idea here is that we will talk now in a conversation about how to look at the threats and opportunities to futurize democracy. And we have 6 speakers here whom I have asked to give very short inputs. Then we will have a panel, but there are enough microphones here for you and to go on interventions and discussions. Okay? Are you ready for that? Okay. There are basically 3 or 4 topics which we want to discuss. One is basically, what is it in terms of technology and social movements? What is it in terms of AI and climate sustainability? What is it in terms of AI and citizen participation? And in which way does AI and social empowerment with governance and also the organization of the state work together? So the first person I would like to ask to give his impact contribution is Madara Ogut. Madara is a professor in Kenya, but he's also the CEO of the Ubuntu Net Alliance for Research and Education. And I thought that he might be really interesting because of his observations on how the student movement, which was so incredibly mushrooming 2 years ago in Kenya and made the government retreat on its tax issues, on its funding issues and so on, how the student movement has actually evolved. And Kenyans on Twitter has been a real transformative force of the political space and the democratic constitution in Kenya. Madara, do you want to take a microphone? Do you want to go to the lectern? Which way? It's lovely to see you here.
Sure.
Great that you could come all the way from Kenya.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. It's great to be here. I'm going to begin with a little story. In that generation that was born free. What I mean by that, I was born 1 year after independence of Kenya, 1964. Kenya got independence in 1963. So you grew up with parents who were not born free. And for a long time, they ingrained in your mind the importance of being able to vote, the importance of stable duty, now that you're governing yourself. So that we looked forward as young people growing up to reach 18, which is the legal age to vote in Kenya, to get your ID. Every Kenyan has a national ID at 18, and be able to vote. And I want to take us a little bit back. At that time in Kenya, TV was one TV station owned by the government, started at 5 o'clock, ended at 11:30. Newspapers were 2, both in English. And so the majority, no mobile phones, no internet, the majority of information you got to vote came from the politicians themselves. And for them to get you to vote, they literally went around and took a lot of effort to tell you why you should vote for them. the number or the rate of voting was very high. In the 80s, 85% of all registered voters voted. Fast forward to now, where we have the internet, a lot of access to information. And then last year, what Peter was alluding to, Kenya saw something that we hadn't seen before. Young people didn't really care so much about the politics as much as we did when we were younger. Because again, part of it is our fault. Since we were born free, maybe we didn't impart on them the importance to vote as our parents did. But last year, 2024, a new government came in. They began imposing so many taxes on us that young people, the elite young people, let me say, decided enough was enough. And they took on digital tools, Twitter mainly, Kenyans on Twitter, as Peter has mentioned, but also WhatsApp, because not many Kenyans are on Twitter, and organized and galvanized themselves to say enough was enough. And they poured out onto the streets when Parliament was going to vote on the next finance bill, which had a lot of new taxes, and their issue was, we will invade Parliament and we will not accept this vote. They were leaderless because you couldn't tell who was leading them. They were tribeless, part of our challenge, I vote for my tribe. And they poured out on the streets in such numbers that the government and everybody was shocked and really could not stop them. It's very hard to move back masses with the riot police if young people cover every single street in downtown. How do you move them back? Move them back where to? My daughter was there, and of course with the concerned parents calling them, please get out of there, it's dangerous. After a while, her, like everybody else, turned off their phone so you couldn't reach her. Eventually, they did invade Parliament, literally. The finance bill was passed quickly before they invaded, but the shock that impacted the country was such that the president realized it's a bad idea to sign it. Now, this way to mobilize people came about through digital tools, as has happened in many countries as well. And we got this feeling, this swell, that finally the Gen Zs have woken up. They constitute more than 50% of the population of voting age are these young people. And therefore, they can make an impact if they vote, which they have not been voting in the past. And largely was because of these tools that we will be discussing. But there was a hidden side to it, and I was educated on this by a young lady when I was coming on a taxi, and I saw her somewhere here yesterday. The part we tend to forget as I close. I know I had very few minutes. If I can just kindly ask the first 2 or 3 rows only, just yell very loudly, okay? When I say 1, 2, 3, yell, yay, as loud as you can. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Okay. If somebody was walking by, you would think we're all yelling yay. It's just these rows. And that's what happened. The Gen Zs that we saw last year, we thought it was all of them. It was a small number. Now, it was a few 100,000. But that age group is several million in Kenya. So it seemed like a large number, but several million were silent. Why were they silent? They don't have access to a lot of the tools that are being used, as Osama mentioned. They didn't know what was going on, so they were watching it on TV like the rest of us, older people were watching it on TV. So in as much as we talk about the wonders of the digital tools in supporting democracy, we also have to see how can these tools reach those who currently do not have access for various reasons, which we'll get into when the discussion begins. Because until we do that, the digital divide is only increasing to those who have access, who can be galvanized, who can act, but the vast majority are in the silent group that are excluded. Thank you, Peter.
Madaro, good. Please take a seat, and we will have the next input from Dashna Shah. Is Dashna here? She is the Chief AI Officer in the United Kingdom for a place called ElastaCloud. And I thought that this is wonderful what you are doing in terms of two things. One is to look at the landscape, the shifting landscape of sustainability leadership, and also the issue in terms of which AI is actually a contributor in terms of facilitating leadership. Dashna, it's wonderful that you are here. Did you have a good travel?
I did, thank you, Peter.
Yes.
It's truly an honor to be in such an energizing, creative space and community. So really looking forward to the next.
Can you all hear her? No. Do you want to have my microphone? Because this seems to be...
Not working. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, that's better. I was just saying, an absolute privilege to be here with you all, an extremely energizing and creative community. So very much looking forward to the next 3 days. Okay. What if, in the future, we don't vote for our leaders, AI does? It's quite a thought-provoking question, isn't it? But given the uncertainty, risk, and threat to our security, we would be quite smart not to give this advanced technology even more autonomy and power. But given the volume of data, this record speed at which these algorithms can come up with comprehensive and effective solutions, shouldn't we at least consider it a bit further? So let's take a step back and actually look at the current AI power and influence distribution. So over time, as our societies have grown more and more complex and advanced technology further and further, we have established pathways of power. And this is, as a society, human members, giving governing bodies more and more power through democratic processes and entrusting them with the responsibility to action various sanctions and rewards to not only corporations but to broader society to maintain alignment to our common goals. This is the perceived pathway of control. So under this term, corporations would be governed by relevant governing bodies to ensure that AI generated aligns with our communities and our societal norms. But it's what's actually happening is the corporations are pumping billions and billions of pounds into voting campaigns, business alliances that actually enable them to be the power holders. And a lot of the AI and solutions that they develop off the back of this is governed towards one thing, making money. And this is why you'll see over the last couple of years that many big tech companies, Microsoft, OpenAI, Google, Meta, are all racing towards artificial general intelligence. They're pumping billions and billions into AI infrastructure and advancing these algorithms even further. And this isn't just about technological supremacy. It is about control, power, and the influence to govern what our new fabric of society looks like. And whilst this centralized approach might have some benefits, rapid innovations and advancements, it also threatens the ethics of what this technology can do. So let's look at these threats a little bit more. So we have cyber offense. We've already spoken a lot around the misinformation. We see now generative AI models that are specifically tuned to capitalize on vulnerabilities, deceive people through deep fakes, acquiring financial information, or persuading or manipulating us into believing certain political narratives. And as these algorithms kind of advance, they will be able to do long-term horizon planning, which may enable them to acquire weapons, develop other AI, even grow their situational awareness so they can self-proliferate out of our control. So let's look at an example a little bit further. Social media. big techs have exploited our attention spans algorithmically, and they've done that so that they can sell us more products and make more money. Unfortunately, human brains haven't quite kept up with the evolution of technology, and we're still very much wired to search for threats in our environments. And this typically keeps our attention focused on hate, polarization, and ignorant content, leading us to have more concerns around growing war efforts and election chaos. But like with all powerful technology, there is also the good and the bad. So let's look at the good. So the climate crisis, AI has the potential to create much more robust geoengineering solutions, things like sequestering carbon or entirely redesigning renewable solutions. We also have the ability to optimize reforestation projects so that we can maintain biodiversity. Within healthcare, we have the ability for online global monitoring, so things like pandemics can be more effectively accounted for. We can roll out medicines more effectively to those who need it, and we could potentially even eradicate entire diseases like HIV, cancer, Alzheimer's disease. Security, with online monitoring, we have the ability to look at rapid amounts of data and even self-heal and fix vulnerabilities before they're even detected. Ending poverty, with the ability to advance supply chains, optimize them, ensure better water cleaning facilities, and even democratize education more broadly, we could bring everybody up to that level playing field. Scientific discovery, designing new drugs, accelerating space exploration, putting ends to debates of decades and decades of physics theories would enable us to kind of propel forward. Education, we could potentially hyper-personalize education, accounting for cultural differences and individual differences better so that everybody has an effective education and a much more unified world. So we could even use a lot of this AI to enable us to look at the ethical considerations and even the transparency issues around AI more effectively. Funnily enough, this actually maps on to the UN Sustainable Development Goals really well. So I've spent the last decade as the Chief AI Officer, obviously started out as a data scientist, looking at how this technology has evolved. I started out in a neuroscience background, the very fundamental basis on which AI is modeled upon, and I've seen AI have fundamental great impacts in renewables, in healthcare, but more recently I've seen a lot more detrimental effects where we're looking to completely displace humans, particularly in customer services lines. And the big tech companies are exacerbating this with the rapid innovations, but they're also the leading pioneers of many of the great solutions that are being put out. So we've got Google DeepMind. They've recently made rapid advancements with AlphaFold, enabling us to much more effectively come up with new designs for drug discovery by being able to predict how proteins fold better. We've got Neuralink, which will have life-changing quality differences for those with brain and spinal injuries. And SpaceX, accelerating our space exploration and potentially even sustainably, as with recent news events. So AI is here to stay. It will change the fabric and DNA of our society, but whether it's for the good or the bad is really within our control. And for the good, we have the opportunity to change some of humanity's biggest challenges and come up with some great solutions. So with that, I will leave you with a quote from one of the greatest innovators, Henry Ford. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you are right. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you very much, Dashna. You can leave this here. That's very good. Thank you also. Stay here on the podium, please. We will move on and have an input from Uma Kalka. Is Uma here? Uma, thank you very much. She's a data and AI governance expert, and I thought to ask her a little bit more about citizen participation and AI, and you have a very good microphone here. Go ahead. You can use this or both. Okay, fine. And you have everything on your mobile phone? Very good. Go ahead.
Thanks so much for this, Peter. Hi, everyone. Oh,
No, she's coming next.
now? Okay, yeah, that works. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much to the World Summit Award for having me. Thank you again, Nora, for the invitation as well. Is that better? Fantastic. Today, I want to talk to you about potential kind of, trajectories in AI and how we can leverage futures thinking in order to really improve the resilience and agility of our AI governance. So as Peter mentioned before, my name is Uma Kalkar. I'm an AI expert who's currently seconded into the OECD's Strategic Foresight Unit, and I'll touch on a little bit about what we do there later on in our presentation.
You have 5 minutes.
Yes, I know. So, over the past 10 years, we've had a lot of capability advancements with AI as we've seen not only the ability, but the pace of development to grow exponentially. We have AI systems now that can even surpass or match human performance. And these aren't just technical achievements. Who controls these systems, how we use them, and whose interests are protected by them enable us to reshape our societies, our economies, and ultimately our democracies. And so that's where strategic foresight comes in. This is a methodology that we use in order to explore a range of different futures in a really practical and systematic way that allows us to also challenge underlying assumptions that we might hold in preconceived notions, while also tapping into collective and diverse intelligence. In a way, it allows us to go from reaction to reflection and kind of turn from paralysis into preparedness in the face of uncertain and changing events, as we're clearly seeing quite rapidly in the AI spaces. Simply put, strategic foresight is a way that technologists, policymakers, and communities can see weak signals before they become strong problems. And it allows us to not only build this resilience, but also be innovative and stay ahead of the curve. Strategic foresight is one of the many tools that we use at the OECD, or the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, in order to assess those signals and figure out how we can, support policymakers. The OECD, it's a forum of 38 member states, and we really are focused on creating better policies for better lives, and we do this through data and evidence-based analysis that then feeds into public policy and international standard setting. Our unit, the Strategic Foresight Unit, is based in the Office of the Secretary General. And what we do is we act almost like a little mini consultancy. We work with internal units as well as our members and our partners in order to build out that foresight capacity. And in 2023, we launched, along with OECD AI, this expert group on AI futures, bringing together experts from across the world to, look at what could be future trajectories of present-day AI systems, as well as possible advancements to suggest forward-looking policy solutions for what's to come in AI. And back in October, we ran this Global Strategy Group meeting, which is the second highest level meeting that the OECD holds, with input from that group in order to look at what could be a couple of potential futures of AI governance. We looked at, a best case scenario with a rules-based international order and equitable and thriving access. Basically, all of the problems that have been mentioned across the few days are rectified. We looked at 2 suboptimal ones, one where we have a lot of regulation in order to ensure responsible AI, but yet low diffusion, and vice versa, as well as a worst-case scenario, where we see regulation not able to keep up with the pace of AI development and, test social cohesion and democracy as a whole. And this really raises some questions about how does AI fit into our existing economic and political systems? And at the same time, how does our democracy need to be revamped in order to be resilient to these futures? So there's 4 kind of pressure points, as I call them, that I think are important to touch on here. The first is looking at who has access and who has power. Currently, as we all know, a handful of companies concentrated in a couple of regions in the world control how AI is developed, who benefits, and therefore also who doesn't. And so coming up with ways to create national labs and supercomputing and cloud computing capacities, as we're seeing across the US with their El Capitan supercomputer, a bunch of other folks also doing similar things across Latin America and the EU, the Gaia X program, which is a project started by France and Germany in order to create a network for cloud computing, as well as the ARIA, which is a bit of a, public kind of research investment fund housed by the UK, can allow us to diffuse that power and control across society and deal with this concentration and increasingly oligopolistic control over economic and political levers of AI. The second is updated education. The knowledge gap between socioeconomic groups, genders, and geographies becomes a power gap. And so we're seeing, some examples here. I've got one from Estonia, where we have this Elements of AI course that provides a basics on what is AI and how does it work in order to raise the baseline awareness and understanding within the population. We also have an example from Finland, that's the WeGo program, that specifically targets seniors and older folks in order to make sure that they are also involved in the digital inclusion and awareness journey. Third, I want to touch on ways that we can uphold our digital civil rights. We talk a lot about how democracy is rooted in principles of transparency and fairness and accountability. And there are examples across our OECD member states where these are actions that are being taken to support responsible AI governance. In the Netherlands, we have this algorithmic registry that allows any citizen to understand what algorithms the government uses, when, and why. In Canada, we have this algorithmic assessment tool that allows developers to kind of gauge how risky their platform models are and test it out before deployment. And lastly, I want to touch on this issue of institutional readiness and creating new paradigms. AI developments extend beyond borders. That's also what's brought a lot of us here together today. And this requires harmonized governance frameworks between countries so that way we can have a coordinated and dynamically organized AI governance regime. Instruments like at the OECD, our recommendation for the recommendation by the Council on AI helped us kind of outline this shared definition of what an AI system is. This then, fed into the EU AI Act's definition for AI and kind of helped snowball how we think about an AI system for governance purposes. Similarly, we see guidelines popping up from the G7, from UNESCO, to help developers at the deployment and the development stage look at ways of integrating humanistic and safe, secure, and trustworthy principles into their AI builds. And so, bringing all of this together, my parting message to all of you folks in the room today is that we must not let our legacy governance systems lag behind the algorithm. Just like any good software, democracy also needs to be updated in order to stay functional, secure, and fit for purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uma. Kalka. Thank you very much, Uma Kalka. Please. I think that there are still a lot of questions being touched upon and open, especially regarding also what is it actually, in which way governance issues are actually opening up opportunities for citizen participation. You met already Rama Devi Lanka. She is the Director of Emerging Technologies here in Telangana State. And she's also working on AI technologies and how actually AI technologies are part of the prioritized agenda of the Telangana government in order to make the government more responsible to the way particular measures affect local citizens. Rama, are you ready?
Yes.
You said that you have also some slides. No, you don't have slides. Do you want the microphone? I'm willing and happy to share with you this very good microphone. Please, Rama.
Thank you. I think it's, again, good morning, everyone. Well, I thank WSA for giving me this opportunity to share our government's experiences. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you.
Can you not turn the microphone off, please? I'll do it. Thank you.
Well, I lead the emerging technologies wing in government of Telangana. We have set up these emerging technologies with a twin objective, This was in the midst of fourth industrial revolution. This has started somewhere around, I'm not sure about the exact year, but this started somewhere around between 2015 and 17. So as a nation, as a country, we have missed all the three industrial revolutions earlier in terms of capitalizing them to improve lives, to decrease poverty, and to transform lives. While other nations, mostly Western countries, could actually use the earlier three industrial revolutions to prosper, India somehow lost that opportunity. So when fourth industrial revolution has come, where the digital technologies like blockchain, AI, cloud, drones, space tech, all these, we believe these constitute Industry 4.0 technologies. We didn't want to miss the bus this time because as a country, we are known for using digital technologies. We are the IT powerhouse. So we didn't want to miss out this revolution. So our government has set up this emerging technologies division primarily with two objectives. One is, which is very close to our heart, is to leverage these technologies to empower individuals to solve problems at the ground level, at the, rural areas where there is no access for internet, no access for, information and so on, asymmetric information. That's one. Secondly, we want to build the ecosystem for emerging technologies within the state of Telangana. So with these twin objectives in mind, we have set out to actually, you may call it exploiting or leveraging these technologies for the larger good. So, and there was no precedence in India, working in these technologies. The way we worked out was, we came out with policy tech frameworks, because each technology requires different resources, different, strategies, So we came out with technology-specific framework. For example, if it's blockchain, we said, these are the 4 things that the government should do. If it's AI, we said, government should work on data, use cases. So these are the kinds. So policy frameworks, then once you have the policy, most of the governments do that. But these documents remain as reports in somewhere, in the office. But we want to really execute these frameworks. So we set up institutions of excellence, or we call COEs, that actually execute these frameworks. And within these institutions, we have teams, experts from the industry, from the government, from the foundations. It's actually leveraging or utilizing the entire expertise out there. So policy frameworks, then building institutions, then coming to the third part, which is again very important, identify use cases within the government where we can solve problems, where we can use these technologies, for empowering citizens. So in our course of journey, while blockchain, others we have actually done extremely well. I'll talk about AI because that's technology today that we are focusing on. So 2020, we said this is going to be the year of AI. Nobody did that in the world, I would say. So we focused in that particular year, we focused everything AI. But unfortunately, COVID hit the same year, 2020. But nevertheless, virtually we could accomplish so much. That was a learning for us also, So today, if you look back, look back, the 3 years, 2020 to 24, we have done tremendous work. But 24, what we thought was, that was the ChatGPT moment. And our strategy that we have put in place in 2020, we were not sure whether it's relevant today in that context. So we actually realigned our strategy. And in September 24, we organized the Global AI Summit. In fact, that's where, DEF also was part of our, program, and actually showcase some of the social impact solutions. So 2024, we launched the AI roadmap for the state, where we identified 5 key pillars. One is, how do we make the state an AI-equipped state or AI-powered state? For that, we are identifying use cases across sectors or across departments we call health, agriculture, education, environment and forest, transportation, and so on. And today, as I speak, we have identified 5 critical use cases, 2 in healthcare. One problem India is facing today, tuberculosis, TB. While we have contained that disease, but still it is there around this country. Even the Honorable Prime Minister also has actually called upon the states to focus on this particular disease and asked us to use AI to eradicate it. So we are actually announcing a grand challenge where, we have identified different use cases within the government in healthcare, as I said, for TB. Then using radiological images, can we actually, there are tools already out there, but Indian-specific tools we yet don't have. So we are announcing these grand challenges and sourcing solutions from the startup community, from the innovators, to come out with solutions for those use cases. That's one. Second one, again, as we know, data and models.
One more minute.
Oh my God. So data is the core, right? So as a government, did I take so much time already?
Yes.
So,
if you're interested in talking, time seems very short.
absolutely. So, yeah. So data, coming to data, we are making available data, because government has huge data, and we built a agriculture data exchange platform, and today the largest private sector bank is using this platform to offer small loans to farmers, in the remote areas. So we have actually cut down that time, for issuing of loans. So we are building the ecosystem for AI in the state of Telangana by providing access to compute to startups, by building the AI sandbox, so that startups can validate their solutions. And these solutions that we are looking at is, while corporates can also use it, but we want the startups to come out and solve, problems for the government. Government in the sense that solve problems for the citizen. For a farmer, can he increase his yield, can he increase his income? Secondly, can AI reduce accidents? And we have done that, reduce road accidents, because the largest number of deaths in India occurs due to road accidents. So can we use AI to do that? So those are the kind of problems that we're trying to address using AI. And for us, technology, while we are putting in place guardrails, for responsible AI deployment, but we are also conscious that AI can solve problems for India. And the way, it solves, we believe that AI actually accelerates human progress. And hence, we are adopting AI to solve problems for the rural masses, for the unaccessible people who are not able to access, services, information, internet, and so on. So we are using AI to accelerate the progress of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rana, for a positive outlook on how AI can be used and how it can also serve governmental objectives. We're coming 2 more talks. Are you interested in 2 more talks? Yes? Okay, good. Then you will hear from Europe, and I'm very much delighted that Eva Silionier is here. She's doing a lot of consulting around the world, in the Caribbean, but also in Africa, regarding introducing digitization in terms of the governmental operations. But in Lithuania, there's a lot of tradition in terms of citizen participation. And one of the things which I wanted to see and listen to her is, how does governmental structures, state structures, include digitization and AI in terms of citizen participation? Is this a topic you want to speak on this morning? Do you want the microphone? Please.
So thank you for having me. And I will start with a bit of my personal story, as we started this as well from you. When I was growing up in when Soviet-occupied Lithuania, even as a child, I could feel that something important is missing, because the gap between what people really wanted and what we had in their reality was too big. We had one party-directed truth, one direction, and actually one voice, and it was not ours. And people at some point just didn't want to suffer that anymore, and then a real profound change began, which resulted in Lithuania declaring its independence, the first of the Soviet republics, in 1990. It was not easy, that's for sure, and then the tanks, Soviet tanks, rolled in the streets of Vilnius towards our parliament, towards our main infrastructure buildings. In January of 1991, we could not meet with them with weapons, we didn't have them, but we were met by people, unarmed, holding hands, standing in the cold, and just not letting the tanks pass. And it was extremely difficult time, but we knew that we had to defend our freedom and our young democracy, even if it's a cost of life. We defended it, we began to grow as an independent country, and it's coincided so that the technology, advent of IT into the world, almost coincided with these times. So we had this luxury of starting to build our country, embedding the technology into the fabric of our state. And that's why now we have a really very well advanced digital public services. We have very well-developed infrastructure, even by global standards. Does it mean by default that we have a good democracy? Not necessarily. Of course, we trust in general our institution, but if you look at the three top, the most trusted, this is the army, the police, and the president. Okay, but the government and the parliament, which is elected by people, is really at the bottom line if you look at all these priorities. So that means that even when you have a very good digital infrastructure in your public sector, not necessarily you have democracy there, like something given. You have to do it, and like more effort there. And now turning to technology. In early 2000s, when I began to work in public sector for my government as a young specialist entrusted to work in the first agency established to build this digital society in our country, we really saw this information society as like the highest step of our society's development, next stage, which will bring so many good things just through embedding technology. And yeah, we thought that now everyone can be heard, everyone has voice, and yes, indeed, we have voice. And we have so much noise together with that. So much competition for attention, clicks, bytes, and all this mistrust and polarization in the societies which came along. Of course, technology can be used to do so many amazing things. And one example, just one example from Lithuania. When Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, we solidarized immediately because we have this shared history and we know that the danger we face is the same. And we might be next on the line. So we do a lot to help Ukraine, but not just by official government channels, the support is huge, but also people fundraise money, like this so-called Radaram campaign, which was started by just activists, non-figure journalists on social media, and just in a matter of weeks, we collected 14 million euros from people, which we used to buy expensive air surveillance systems so the soldiers on Ukrainian front could spot better incoming missiles and drones and protect themselves. And this is happening all the time, every day, using social networks. But on the other hand, Russia is really weaponizing this digital space, and what we have there is so much distrust and miscommunication and disinformation which is being generated there, which just floods the screen of less critical people in Lithuania, Poland, in Ukraine, everywhere in the region. So what to do? Because we have this polarization, that's true. First of all, I think it's about education in critical thinking, starting from children and trying to reach adults as well, because yes, we have to educate people in using digital technology or AI for sure, but first of all, we have to be able to think critically and to distinguish facts from falsehood. Then, of course, finding better ways to connect state with the people. And I think that GovTech Labs or similar initiatives really help to test and to experiment and to see what can work. And third, how to bring us from our screens back to physical world. It's so easy to hate someone that you don't know. You see a username, you see something you don't like, and you can really pour all your hate there. But when you see a person, you cannot do that. So I think here it's a beautiful platform to find these best practices and to find best answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siriva. Futurizing democracy means also to look at what are the South American experiences tell us in terms of democratic participation, and also what's the actually futurized concept of democracy as it is lived, practiced, thought for, and also striven for in a country like Brazil. And I'm very happy to say hello to Rodrigo Assunção, who is the CEO of DataPrev, working for the Brazilian government and making sure that all social security data, all education data, even some health data are processed nicely, not just by mainframes, but also by AI. Rodrigo.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me here and presenting some ideas. I'm wise enough not to brag about my numbers in India. We usually do that elsewhere, but never in India nor in China. But in other places, they're impressive. This is the company. It's a fully state-owned company. We process basically all of Brazilian social data, labor data, social security data, social assistance data, and now education data as well. So, but the ideas I brought were on these elements, that the digitalization of everyday life, together with social networks, have opportunities and threats, which is obvious. But some of the divisions are being stated as the opposition between, or the choices that we have to make between techno-socialism and techno-feudalism. People were talking about this yesterday, like Dorothy. So if you're not called Musk, Zuckerberg, or Gates, or something like that, and if you're not interested in becoming part of a butler class, perhaps going towards techno-socialism, fighting for technology for inclusion might be a good idea. But then we have to face that between feudalism and socialism, you have something called capitalism in terms of historical evolution, which seems to be central to all these discussions that we're having. And we'll get back to that. I love the phrase electoral autocratic regimes. It's the threat that most of us are facing. But now we're also having a huge conflict between corporations, mostly captained by big tech, and nation states. When you have individuals whose net worth is larger than states, and they decide that they can individually intervene in a conflict such was mentioned by the Ukrainian war, where an individual interfered and decided how communications were going to happen, then we have something new on the planet. We have something that we haven't seen before, and we're going to need to position ourselves, because democracy, as we understand it, is mostly centered around nation states. There are no democratic concepts in corporations. And we have to understand that people are avoiding these concepts also for a reason. And many of these elements of disturbance, fake news, weaponization of media are happening for money, because of capitalism, but also to undermine the concept of nation state. The democratic challenges concerning legislation, you have the ambition to legislate technological advancements. Unfortunately, that has never succeeded. Technology walks much faster, runs much faster than the legislative process. And we've got to be aware of that, because tech-focused legislation, in some cases, and I saw some very good cases here being presented, but some of the bad elements or the bad results are already covered by regular laws. Monopolies, slander, defamation, falsehood, theft, even murder, if you go further. So these things we already have, and we can already face many of the challenges, because pursuing technologically specific legislation sometimes, in some places and in some cases, is also a hoax. Lawfare and fact-checking. We've discovered in Brazil, we're also a very polarized society, that many of the campaigns boil down to something like 200 individuals that captain chains of command of spreading misinformation, for us mostly on WhatsApp. If you get down to 200 individuals that are purposefully doing this to keep on making money, to keep on polarizing, to dispute power, then you can also get back at them. You can use lawfare to go after them and wreck their lives with pursuit of suits in the law courts and get them out of this public sphere. The meltdown of truth, however, we have to understand, is something that we're not going to go back. The word, the written word, the published word, no longer has authority. And now we're seeing the meltdown of the authority of the image. Until very recently, a photograph was considered true by default. An image or a movie was considered truth by default. That is no longer happening. But society has to learn to understand this, as we understand that somebody's opinion or written text is just that. We're going to have to evolve to understand that the image also is no longer the reflection of truth. And as Peter mentioned, we need to accept that we already have tools to face many of these corporations. We need to tax the hell out of them. At least it will bring us back some possibility to do some good while all these things adjust in this new society. So, and this is a mistake, it's not a new word, econology, it's just the T that's missing. Dorothy was talking about technological dependence yesterday. It's not something we're going to overcome just by appealing to our consciousness. There's only one country in the world that managed to get rid of Microsoft in the government, and even that country still has 50% using, and they did it because of war. They did not do it because of consciousness. The only country is Russia. So they were forced to do it. But what I mean to hear is that it's incredibly difficult. We tried a couple of times already in Brazil, and it's not easy. It's easy when you're talking main industrial IT, when you're talking about specialized people. But when you're talking about broad uses of convenience applications like office applications, then you're facing an uphill battle that we need to face with incredibly potent and broad support. And then we come down to individualism versus citizen participation. The atomization of society and the decline.
One more minute.
Sure. And collectivity. The social networks that point towards a hyper-individualism versus collective organism. People believe that they are individuals and that supersedes the community. It's very difficult to fight and struggle when that happens. You have the echo chamber that you were talking about, and the millions that were silent while some few managed to scream very loud. And of course, government digital transformation has to choose whether it's going to treat citizens as citizens or citizens as consumers. If we treat citizens as consumers, then the middle class defines that it wants more government and government that serves themselves and not allow it for distribution for the poor. So citizens have to stay citizens and consumers are out of the picture in the relationship between government and citizenry. And of course, to end, we have to empower and resignify democracy. There are many participatory tools for budgeting and constant and micro decision-making, significant decision-making, because democracy was being eroded much before technology, much before AI, because we are not allowed to talk about economy. The most important elements of our lives, the things that affect us most, are to be seen as natural, scientific, deterministic, and not something that should be debated publicly. While we accept that, democracy will be corroded, and technology is just the tool that is doing the eroding now. We have to recover the belief that politics can generate effective transformations. The Brazilian, and this is the last slide, the Brazilian collaboration for this, our version of DPI, which we have been doing for a couple of decades now, is to consolidate the national data infrastructure. This, if you don't have AI, or if you're starting AI, you're not sure where AI go, every country needs to face this challenge. Setting up the national data infrastructure, as important as roads, ports, airports, telecom, you need to get control of your data. Osama was mentioning this. This is the real struggle, because pretty soon something new is going to come along beyond AI, which will be called, I don't know, post-AI, whatever. But the data, whether we have it, whether we control it, whether we keep it, this, I believe, is what will determine our futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. I have a question for you. Does everybody of you have a watch? Yes? Then you know that we are late. Now you have two choices. We can three choices. We can stop right away. We can have 3 questions from the audience, or I can have 1 question for each of the panelists for, let's say, 2-sentence answers. Who wants to stop right away? Who wants questions from the audience? Who wants me to ask short questions? Vast majority. I did not think that I'm so popular after having said so many things. Okay, I'll start with you, Madara. What is it, what you think would be the most important factor which makes the mobilization of young people, Gen Z people, grow broader and become institutionalized more in terms of the political process in Kenya? 1 answer. 3 sentences.
I don't have an answer to that one. I think
you're a smart man. You got to be a professor. You should have the answer.
Okay. I'll start from a very different perspective, but it'll come to your answer.
Okay. 3 sentences.
Yeah, just 2 sentences. Many of the young people are still struggling with the basics of life, which the government is supposed to be making better, but is making harder. So until we can get these basic issues sorted out, then many of them don't really care who leads them because they don't see the connection between the leader and their basics.
Okay, so there's no solution but the challenge. Darshana, I liked very much your juxtaposition, if not opposition, between perceived control and actual control. That's also regarding, what Rodrigo was later on talking about, the national data infrastructure, that is basically an ownership issue where the perceived and the actual control might be more transparent. In which way do you see that this issue between perceived control and actual control can be much more made transparent in order to facilitate democratic processes?
Yeah, I think that's a big challenge indeed, Peter.
Speak up, please.
I think currently a lot of the control resides with the big techs, and it's through the IP that they hold specifically that is kind of promoting that power and control. I think we have a big challenge to change that narrative, and I think it realistically needs to come through our governing bodies, through a lot of the policies and legal frameworks that they put in place in order to promote that transparency. So at the minute, for example, we don't know the exact data in which a lot of these models are being trained on, and there is a growing profile that this will now encompass synthetic data as well, which is an extremely damaging future that we need to get ahead of. So I think, yes, I'd drive it from the top always.
Thank you very much. Uma, you are working in the foresight unit, and you showed us a little bit the work you're doing with the OECD. And some of it, what you suggested, are very much, let's say, sectorized solutions. In which way does the question of the activation of, for instance, Gen Z, or the issue of power and control from the political economy side, what Darshana was talking about, enter into your foresight? And how do you basically then adjust that? Because to get out of sight of the technocratic discourse. Uma.
Yeah, thanks for that, Peter. Well, I'll start by saying that I speak in semicolons, so I'm going to cheat on my 3 sentences.
Okay, good. Very smart.
One of the key things that we get to do that is really unique about the way that the OECD gets to operate, and our unit specifically, is that we work with businesses, trade unions, and civil society in crafting our foresight scenarios and our potential trends and trajectories. At the OECD, there are some committees. There's the business at OECD, trade unions at OECD, and there's also civil society. These are committees that sit at every single key meeting, and they bring their opinions into the fray. One of the key things is that none of the foresight work works unless you have a diversity of opinions. If we're all talking to each other, we're not able to come up with those edge cases and those new ideas that we would have missed. So I guess honestly, one of the best things about it is that we're able to open the door to have dialogue with those communities that might not necessarily be possible in more, rigid or traditional kind of structures.
Go to Kenya, talk to the students, include them in your foresight work. That might be a good solution. That is a really interesting thing also for you, Rama. You were giving us a lot of overview of what government does, and you also alluded to how there are best practice cases for the use of AI for social empowerment. Now, I want to switch this and make it a little bit more difficult for you. What about democratic empowerment?
Okay.
Give me one example.
Sure.
Give them one example. Give us one example.
Sure. There are 2 areas where we can look at democratic.
Speak into the microphone.
Democratic empowerment, Yeah. One is to build trust within the institutions of democracy. The second is to actually enable large-scale participation in the democratic process. So one example that I would like to, in the second one, what we did was, While we hear about misinformation, disinformation, harming the institutions or the entire process of democracies. So the other challenge we faced in India, especially, is most of the voters in the urban areas, they do not come out and vote. While the percentage of voting in rural areas is about 80%, the percentage of voting in urban is just less than 50, around 40 plus. So this was around COVID time when we were having these elections. So how do we actually increase that participation was one of the biggest challenges in everybody's mind. So we came out with a smartphone-based voting system. It's a very simple to use solution, smartphone-based solution, where a voter just needs to register that he's a voter. Usually that's done in as a manual process where a person goes to the polling booth, shows his ID card, and then he's allowed to vote. What we did was he has to take a picture, selfie, upload it onto the system. The system automatically validates using AI whether he is a registered voter, comparing with the database. So we used AI to authenticate an individual. That's number one. Second, once a voter votes for a particular candidate, how are you going to secure those votes, right? We use blockchain actually to secure those votes. So at the intersection of AI and blockchain, we developed the system, very robust, easy to use. We actually, carried out a dry run. Citizens were really, really happy, just with the click of a mouse, you can actually vote, they were thrilled. But it needs a political will to take it forward. Yeah.
Thank you. Eva, you are consulting with a lot of governments around the world, and you are telling us a little story about Lithuania. The digitization of a society and complete, let's say, birth or cradle to grave coverage does not actually change the question of how power democratically is exercised. Give us, from your own personal view, one little hint of what you think is the most important lever to basically still try to do it.
I think it's all about motivation. For the last 10 years, we were already quite relaxed. But as soon as things began to happen, began to hit, and the invasion into Ukraine happened, now in Lithuania, we live in a very, very different world than several years ago, and our priorities are different. And the civic engagement became much, much stronger, not because the government did something like one initiative or something, but people became much more motivated. And of course, we have government-provided tools to collect opinions, to be involved, to decide, but as well, social networks play a huge role. And even if they are not Lithuanian-owned, but still they work, and government then comes there and communicates to people. So I think the government has to find the way, even and then it's not about fancy technological tools, but about motivation of the people to be a part.
So it's a sense of urgency in terms of change required. So that is something which, Madara, you said, if you're hungry and if you're deprived, even that sense of urgency cannot be looking at, let's say, the power structure, but you're looking at the daily survival. Last question. Rodrigo introduced a very difficult concept, and that is, I think it's very much Latin to think about resignifying democracy. Do you know what he means by resignifying democracy? No. I'm sure that outside of all the semioticians which are in this room, nobody knows what he actually meant. But therefore, I will retranslate this question, okay? I will retranslate this question. You're saying, basically, that the meaning of democracy needs to be updated, okay? So if you would say, I'm going to reset democracy, which is also something which you would like as a technological term, reset democracy. What would democracy look like in that resignified situation or epoch?
So,
One sentence.
yes, so
3 semicolons.
the only alternative to politics is war. That's what we invented. Either we have politics or we have war. So when democracy was eroded, whitewashed, became something that did not affect the lives of people, mostly in my view, because economy was taken out of democracy. You're not allowed to discuss the economic structures. You're not allowed to talk about the economic regimes. All you were allowed was to vote for the clown in charge. That is not democracy. This concept was eroded. To re-signify it, you have to empower democracy. Whatever choices you make through politics have to mean things, even bad things, because you can't be protected from your own decisions. Otherwise, you never learn, you never evolve, you never accomplish anything. So democracy has to become real again. That's where I think we need to apply our efforts and our technology.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Thank you very much, Eva. Thank you very much, Rama. Thank you very much, Uma. Thank you very much, Darshana. And thank you very much, Madara. You are an absolutely great panel. I would love to continue on until 9 o'clock at night, but Nora and other people tell me that there are people who are wanting to get in and talk about not just futurizing democracy, but also how to decentralize truth and how to change society according to this. Thank you very much. You were absolutely great. You are great, and you will be great. Thank you. The next panel is being moderated by somebody who is coming into the room very shortly. I have asked people to be able to use the exits on the upper floors so they don't have to parade in and out here. So can you just check in the top if the doors are open? Doesn't work? Will not work? Never will work? Okay, it's hard life. Okay, let's take a 3-minute break. Thank you. Arkansas says that we don't have time for a break. Please stay put, no break. Here you are.
Thank you, thank you. Hi. Guys, can we please request you to take your seats? We're going to be starting the next session in 1 minute. Yes. Okay, thank you everyone for bearing with us the entire day. We have a very interesting session happening now, which is going to put into perspective the narratives on misinformation. We would like to welcome you to the next session of the day, titled Decentralizing Truth, Fighting Misinformation in a Digital World. This is a conversation where we tackle the global perspective on misinformation, digital wrongs, and bring in the local perspective on how India's misinformation is insidious in nature and embedded in patriarchy, caste oppression, class divide, and rural marginalization. For this, I would like to welcome number one, Mr. Pankaj Pachauri, the editor-in-chief for Go News, India. Can we also have Ms. Sumitra Baladevi, our rural fact checker and Suchnapreneur, on the stage, please? Mr. Rakesh Dubudu, the founder of Factly, is here with us today. Can we have you on the stage, please? Can sit wherever. Mr. Matthias from Super Social, he's joining us from Austria. A big round of applause. He's been doing a wonderful job with posting all your faces on social media. And Tomas, the founder from trollworld.ai from Slovakia. The moderator for this session is me, so I'm going to go from here, go to the chat. Hello? So every time Sumitra ji talks, please allow me 10 seconds to translate for you because she will be speaking in Hindi and I will be translating the narrative in English. First of all, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for this panel today. I want to do a first round of introduction about who you guys are, where you come from, and also to set in context this conversation and talk a little bit about digital wrongs in your areas, how misinformation impacts your ecosystem, and if there are any interesting examples that you want to share with the audience to set the tone for the conversation. Can we start with Mr. Rakesh?
Hey, good morning. My name is Rakesh. I'm the founder of Factly. So we are a Hyderabad-based organization. We, among other things, we do fact-checking, data journalism, and also build technology products at the intersection of data and information, which, among others, also help in addressing misinformation.
Yeah, hello, I'm Pankaj Pachauri. I run Go News, and I train government officials, journalists in fact-checking and misinformation areas. And lately, I've been thinking of starting up an organization directed only on training on misinformation.
Thank you so much. So in almost all things in my career, we try to use digital tools to make social impact. And one part of this was my research on how TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and so on is using the algorithms to show which news to whom and when. And as part of this research, we work a lot with fake news detection and why the algorithm is showing which content is portrayed. And I do this in several roles, as university professor, as entrepreneur, and my name is Matthias.
Hello, my name is Thomas. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Troll AI. Our application automatically removes hateful, toxic, and vulgar comments on the social media profiles of our clients. So we work a lot with hate speech. And unfortunately, I wrote a lot of those comments. And I'm very pleased to be here and to speak about it because the mix between hate speech and disinformation, they unfortunately go hand in hand. Because unfortunately, people, when they're spreading disinformation, they are really not making it the nice language. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
सभी को झारखंडी जोहार। मेरा नाम है सुमित्रा और मैं बोकारो झारखंड की रहने वाली हूँ और मैं अपना डीएफ के माध्यम से जुड़ी हुई हूँ। मैं जिस पद में काम कर रही हूँ इसका नाम है सी कैटलिस्ट।
Her name is Sumitra. She has joined us from a state in India called Jharkhand, and she said that she is working on a project called She Catalyst, which is a project that tackles misinformation and digital wrongs in the state of Jharkhand particularly. Thank you. I think you're going to have to do it. I don't know what that is.
No, it's these are part of misinformation. That's the reason. She said Jharkhandi Johar. Jharkhand is a state. Jharkhandi means from Jharkhand, and Johar means welcome, greetings. So Johar is the word they use for namaste, right? In Jharkhand, it's a tribal area. It's all indigenous community. She also is part of indigenous community. And she's also a fact checker.
Thank you. Okay, I think to begin with, so this is going to be an informal conversation. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jonan Katende from Uganda. I'm a youth ambassador, and in that part of East Africa, I work with building digital tools to empower both marginalized communities, that is decentralization of AI, coming up with USSD codes technology, as well as tools for urban use and development. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry. I think some few pointers for the room also. This is an informal conversation. If you guys want to pitch in, please raise your hand. I'd be happy to give the mic to you as well. But I just want to understand the nuances when we talk about misinformation. जो छोटी-छोटी चीजें होती हैं गलत खबरों की, उसके बारे में बात करेंगे. So we'll start. I'll call out your name. I'll ask you a question. You can answer it. If you want to deflect it, you can give it to the audience. But to start with, I think I want to start with you, Jonah, because you bring in a perspective of another third world country. So whenever you talk about the African context, right, you said that you're integrating AI to tackle misinformation, but the country that I am in, the country that you are in right now, there is a little bit of a stigma and a little bit of this, this apprehension attached to using AI because it's developing so fast and the people don't really have access to that kind of development along with the technology when it's developing, right? So oftentimes they just consume it. So how do you tackle that challenge in Africa? Are people apprehensive of using AI? How do you integrate it into a digital ecosystem where a lot of people don't even have access to digital devices?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So let me first paint for you the situation on ground in Uganda. You have a country of 45 million people with an internet penetration rate of 39%. And that essentially means that majority of the population do not have access to the internet. There is also challenges of the digital divide. Men are more prevalent to the internet more than women. So 59% of men are online and only 40% of women are actually on the internet. So that poses very huge challenges in terms of how people even adapt to the existing technologies because the infrastructure to begin with is non-existent. So when you are building technology for such an ecosystem, it's extremely very important for you to implement the design thinking methodology and to apply the local context as you are trying to come up with these fancy tools, which for the start, people might not actually even need. So for us, our approach, we always kind of like do community engagement activities, understand what people are actually facing, so that we can fine-tune and contextualize the tools that would best speak to them. So if you have a population that is outside of the internet, instead of deploying an AI chatbot on Messenger, you're actually going to come up with a USSD code for people with feature phones, something they can dial something like *120# and they get access to information. Instead of coming up with a mobile app because the smartphone penetration is low, you are going to develop a chatbot, configure it with Facebook Messenger because 3.4 million people are using Facebook already, and then they can be able to access that kind of information. So for us, it's very important for accessibility, inclusivity, but at the same time for adoption. So there are basically 5 categories of adopters. You have the innovators, the early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and the laggards. And Ugandans are generally late majority adopters. So at the moment, we are trying to partner with different research institutions, academic institutions, and government to see that we can decentralize access to AI tools, but at the same time, democratize who is actually able to build AI tools within the ecosystem, not just companies like us. So in our company, we are building a CMS system that is fetching like different large language models. And if you give, let's say, lawyers or any lay person, they can actually use this system to build their own chatbot and not have to have a technical expertise that usually limits people from advancing technically in that part of the world.
Thank you. I think I would like to bring the conversation to a perspective now where we understand the people who actually fact check and the way that they do it on the ground or in media houses or even sitting in spaces where policy against this kind of misinformation is made. So my next question is to Rakesh ji. When you are in that media room where you're tackling misinformation, you see the prejudices that come about, right? Misinformation oftentimes, particularly in India, is embedded in caste systems, in patriarchy, in class divides, and it's very targeted to minority communities particularly. So when you have these nuances, then the way that the global community looks at misinformation, how do you translate that into a local perspective, into then a national perspective, and then connect it to the global perspective?
Thanks, Akanksha. I mean, misinformation is all the more complicated in countries like India because of these very nuances. So it was pretty straightforward, you receive an image. So even the most innocuous piece of information can go viral in India, can result in harm. And, for an outsider who may not be aware of these nuances might feel, there's nothing in it. Why is it even going viral? So the key to dealing with this is being clued into those, embedding into that culture. So for instance, you don't get into something where you don't fully understand. So for example, we are based out of Hyderabad. We are very well versed with the cultural nuances of this area. We know in and out of what happens here. So here I can authoritatively say, okay, what does this mean? How do people perceive it? But I can't say that with the same authority about something that I am not aware of. Let's say something in Jharkhand. So I would not venture out and try doing something without fully understanding the context. And so that is one. Secondly, a lot of times, there is a sense that all this is only digital. So in a sense, there is WhatsApp, there is all other P2P platforms that is just exacerbating this problem. What we are also seeing in India is there's a lot of offline stuff, which people outside this ecosystem may not even understand. So for instance, I'll give you a couple of examples. A couple of months ago, there was the largest circulated daily in this part of the country with 1 million readers every day, 1 million copies sold every day, which is one of the largest in the country also. So in their newspaper, in the third page, which is very prominent, an ad was published saying it is a government ad. There are 30,000 people to be recruited. Go to this website, fill your details, pay this registration money, and then. So we are not even talking about some obscure media house, some obscure newspaper. So it is the #1 newspaper here in the third page. So imagine the kind of damage it could have done. It was nothing digital. Nobody sent it on WhatsApp. They just published a newspaper. And by the time people realized it and by the time corrective action was taken, the damage was done. 4 years ago in Telangana, where this summit is happening, sarpanches, who are nothing but the headsmen of village, in 4 to 5 different districts received these obscure letters from somewhere in Uttar Pradesh. So what was the crux of the letter? The crux of the letter says, since you are the headman of the village, we are giving you this privilege to select 5 youth from your village and send us those details, the details of those 5 people, along with a nominal registration amount, so that we can give them jobs. And this is a special authority that is given to you. Now the headman of the village who receives that particular notice, he feels very privileged. I'm now giving employment to 5 different people, and it did not just happen with 1 or 2 people, widespread in about 4 or 5 districts. So by the time we realized, it was again a very well-oiled scam, no digital trace. So even the money was supposed to be sent as a DD to some obscure address. By the time police reached, it was all mule. So what I'm trying to say is that on the outside, I'm not trying to say all of the misinformation that we see in India is like this. A large part of it, even let's say 90% of it, is the usual misinformation. But the remaining 10% is these nuances, cultural nuances, where unless you are embedded deeply into that ecosystem, you won't understand. So my suggestion and what we do it also is that very careful exercising that choice of not trying and doing something which we don't fully understand. Then what happens is there is every chance that, for example, I cannot get into the shoe of some group, some vulnerable group, on how they would feel about some sort of information. I don't come from there. I can't, see from how they see. So those are the things we keep in mind.
Thank you so much. I would like to now ask Sumitra ji, आप फील्ड में काम करते हैं, आप औरतों के साथ काम करते हैं, आप बूढ़े लोगों के साथ काम करते हैं, जिस तरह का आप काम करते हैं, स्पेशली मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन पे, थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताइए एंड ये बताइए कि किस तरह की खबर आपके पास आती है. एक बार ट्रांसलेट कर देती हूँ. I asked her that because she is working at the grassroots level, we want to understand the kind of people that she works with, the community members that come to her, and what kind of challenges or misinformation she has to tackle with on a daily basis coming from that village.
जैसे कि मैं सेंटर चलाती हूँ, तो मैं बेसिकली जो काम करती हूँ, महिलाओं के बीच काम करती हूँ. तो जैसे कि अभी मैया सम्मान योजना आया था, बहुत सारे दीदियों को खाता में पैसा नहीं आया था, तो बहुत सारे फेक लिंक आ रहा था. उसको टच करने से उसका बैंक, जितना भी बैंक में बैलेंस रहता है, वो साफ हो जाता है. तो बहुत सारे दीदी मेरे सेंटर में आती है, तो उसको बताते हैं कि आप गलत जो भी आता है लिंक, उसको टच मत कीजिएगा. अगर गलत नंबर से फ़ोन आता है तो रिसीव मत कीजिएगा. OTP मांगते हैं तो नहीं बताइएगा, क्योंकि सही उसको जानकारी पता होने के बाद ही कुछ कीजिएगा. कोई अगर आपको एड्रेस पता भी मांगता है, अकाउंट नंबर भी मांगता है कि दीदी आपका मैया सम्मान का पैसा आया है, तो जिसका नहीं आया वो बोलती नहीं आया है. तो इस तरह का मेरे फील्ड में बहुत सारे दीदियों का हुआ है. PM आवास के समय कुछ दीदी लोग का आवास नहीं आया था, तो ऐसे कोई फेक आया था लिंक, उसको टच करने से उसका बैंक, जितना भी बैंक बैलेंस रहता है वो साफ हो जाता है. बट उसमें लिखा हुआ रहता है कि आपका डाटा दिखेगा, बट दिखता नहीं है. इस तरह बहुत सारे सुकन्या का भी अभी मैंने फॉर्म भी भरती हूँ सेंटर में, ऑनलाइन फॉर्म, पैसा विड्रॉ भी करती हूँ. तो बहुत सारे दीदी मेरे पास आती है सलाह लेने के लिए. हम सारे दीदियों को सलाह देते हैं, और बेसिकली जहाँ जा नहीं पाती हूँ मुझे फ़ोन करती है, हम जाते हैं सामूहिक रूप से उसको बैठा के बताते हैं कि आप लोग को सचेत होना है. अवेयरनेस करती हूँ कि अभी बहुत ही गलत न्यूज, मतलब अधूरी जानकारी होने के कारण दीदी लोग मतलब गलत गलत ढंग से प्रयोग करती है, जिसमें फंस जाती है और शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक और सामाजिक रूप से भी उसका दिक्कत होता है। तो मैं अपना सेंटर के माध्यम से बहुत ही दीदी लोगों को सहयोग करती हूँ और बताती हूँ इस मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन के बारे में कि वो जानकारी अच्छा से ले और तभी काम करें।
Okay, that's a lot to translate. Please bear with me. She said that the community that she comes from, where she's working, she works with a group of women particularly. Women who are kept at the periphery of information, and oftentimes when there are government schemes or entitlements that are launched, the women in the community are the ones who fall victim to misinformed or financial fraud links. So what happens is that they get a link on their phone, and because they don't have critical digital literacy, they click on it and they get scammed. So her responsibility is to make sure that she gives them that kind of knowledge. She asks them to, prepare themselves, not click on any links, understand the entire thing first, and then make an informed decision. She also said that because the village that she comes from is patriarchal in nature, the trust that she has to build between the women, it takes longer, and it takes longer to make them even more informed about this. Mostly in her village, the kind of misinformation that comes is in the nature of financial fraud and scams. And in the end, she said that the people who can't come to the center, if they have mobility issues, then she even goes to their houses, makes them sit down with her, and then she asks them and takes them to the entire process of understanding. So she gives door-to-door service at her center and in her community as well. Thank you so much.
मैम, एक मिनट और।
जी।
जैसे कि अभी कुछ दिन पहले कुंभ मेला लगा था।
हाँ।
तो कुंभ मेला में बहुत सारे दीदियों के पास पैसा नहीं था, तो मेरे पास आई थी निकासी करने के लिए। तो हम बताएं कि ये जरूरी नहीं है कि इसी तिथि में जाना है कुंभ मेला। 144 साल के बाद लगा है, ये कोई जरूर नहीं है, आप कभी भी जा सकते हैं और नहा सकते हैं, पुण्य कमा सकते हैं। देखिए बहुत भीड़ भड़का हो रहा है, बहुत टेंशन बढ़ेगा घर वाला का भी और आप जा रहे हैं आपका भी। तो मैंने समझाया बहुत दीदी को रोके, और बाद में मैंने विड्रॉ किया पैसा, वो वापसी कर दिए, बोले जाइए आप जा सकते हैं। इसके बाद थोड़ा भीड़ खत्म होने दीजिए, उसके बाद जाइएगा, क्योंकि आप भी सुरक्षा, घर वाला भी सुरक्षा।
In India, we had a big festival that happened for a month called the Kumbh Mela, where people from all over the country gathered together for a purity sort of a I don't know what to call it anymore. I think it's a purity process where they dip in one of our holy rivers. And people in her community were coming to her, and it was a huge festival. So there were millions of people who had gathered. And she had told them that it may not be safe, you might be victims of fraud. So you withdraw your money and you keep it. And you can go and do that dip whenever you have time. You don't have to go particularly right now, because during that festival, we were receiving a lot of fake news and information about it, about traveling and stuff. So, yeah.
जैसे कि मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन आदमी फैलाता है किस तरह, जैसे कि आदमी फैलाता है उसको इस तरह पुश किया जाता है कि आदमी बहुत ज़्यादा भरोसा करता है, 100+ भरोसा कर लेता है कि ये वास्तविक है। वो सोचता नहीं है कि रियल में क्या है, वो सच्चाई जानता नहीं है, अब विश्वास कर लेता है, जिसके कारण ये हम लोग को झेलना पड़ता है।
And one reflection that she has seen is that misinformation, when it comes in communities like this, it comes from people that you trust already, which is why you trust the misinformation. So to actually make sure that the idea of digital is getting into a format of mistrust is what she's tackling every day. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So I think this is a good time to go to Matthias and ask your thoughts on the fact that she's right. Like she said that, when digital came, it created a circle of trust. But when misinformation kind of enters into this circle of trust, it creates a circle of mistrust. So you said that you've been using digital tools to make sure from the very beginning that you can, connect the unconnected and show the good side of digital development. How do you tackle, digital wrongs, for example, like misinformation, online bullying, or the other kinds of threats that are available when you come online that actually excludes instead of including?
Thank you so much. We started actually in Austria with a project in India. 2009, very early on in my career, Facebook was just launched, and we did actually projects in India to inform the Austrian public on how Indian communities work and how Indians and people from India found local solutions for local problems. And we thought that's so fascinating. For the first time, we have a tool which allows us to open a window to the world. And if you ask a common person from Austria what they know about India, you might find that this is very inaccurate because they don't know much, I would say, which is not just about India, but I guess about most of the places around the world. So we thought, why don't we use these tools to actually show a more authentic picture of what's actually going on? To cross that bridge, this was the project I won the World Summit Award with in 2009, so that's a long time ago. And we really tried to use the platforms to spread some truth or authentic pictures. But along the way, I also learned that these storytelling platforms and tools can be used by everyone, also with false information and stories for their own agenda. And I said, well, we need to find a counter mechanism for that. And my approach for it was to start research on how it's actually working, because it's so complex. Misinformation is not just one person lying and putting it online. It's a whole mechanisms of hidden agendas, of big corporations exploiting those agendas and making money and profit out of it, and a partly uneducated population who is not able to identify fake news all the time. Just think for a moment, for every single Instagram picture you see every day, you would need to start a cognitive process of thinking, who posted this? What did they mean? Who is the addressee? What do they want from me? Is this truthful? Could this be true? Where do I look for sources? Nobody would watch any social media anymore. So we need to kind of a basic trust in these platforms. But the issue is it's not there. And we work and communicate more and more in echo chambers where we have our own confirmation bias, where the thing we already think they're true or we believe in are always getting more and more concrete with and fueled with information by people which are closely minded to us. So the process was that I started my research, and one of the great things is, you might or might not know, but Red Bull is from Austria. Red Bull is one of the biggest brands, and they have 50 million subscribers on their Facebook page. And I was lucky to have access to this page, and I could do my research on how Facebook and Instagram's algorithm work by doing A/B testing, and we found out a lot of crazy things how the mechanism of the algorithm works. So just very briefly, everything you see on your newsfeed is curated for you. Nothing is there because you just put a follow button. You follow someone doesn't mean that you receive the news from this person. It just is a more likely chance to receive this news. So the issue is the more you engage, and it's not the follow, it's the engagement, the time, how much time you spend on a posting, how often you interact, how often you put a like, how often you put a smiley, a ha ha ha, a wow, or an angry emoji. All this data is calculated, and then it's evaluated if this news from this other person is relevant to you. And the problem is that we do unconscious liking as well, and then this algorithm filters out news which they think is the most relevant for you. It's not a human, it's an AI from Meta and others, and most of the times they give you information they think it's relevant for you, while we lose the ones which might be actually factful. So if you already believe that the cookie monster will crawl in the night into your house and steal all your cookies, and you see a posting suggesting that, then there is a higher chance you believe it, because now you thought that idea and now you see it online. So I think, okay, I thought that all the way along. And this is exactly the issue. At the moment, it's a super complex problem, and I wish I could have a simple solution. There are solutions like yours, which is part of the game, but it's much more complex. We need high legislation. We need legislation of the big players. We need education where there is a minimum of digital competence in all schools and all for all access groups where needed. There is also a lot of looking into ourselves and thinking, when I see something, is this a little bit believable? So especially with news, maybe not so much with the friends, but there are so many layers, and each layer needs to take a step to do it. There is not the one solution for everyone.
Thank you. So, because you mentioned the solution, can you please give us a little bit of context on what you've built, why you thought it was necessary, and also the Slovakian context that kind of led you into building something like this, why you thought it was important, and if it can be replicated in the global context as well.
Thank you. So I was working as a social media manager, and you have the right, when you have your own business page, you have a right to moderate the comment sections, because we know that social media platforms, they don't do it well. And the policy of any organization which I worked for was we don't mind criticism, we hate towards minorities, towards any people generally. So I was moderating it manually, and I got fed up with it, strictly speaking, and I said there must be something better to do that. So I called my IT friends and to make something. It cannot be hard. I'm not a programmer. It took half a year to have a first version. And long story short, now we are in 8 countries working with head of states, institutions, supporting many NGOs, corporations, and so on. And what's the result is that we cannot do what the social media platforms should do, broad moderation, and I hope we will get to that. What we can do is make a safe space on that one very narrow part of the social media where we have a right to do. So if you see head of state welcoming President Zelensky, and if he has a troll wall, there will be not written under it let's kill all Ukrainians, which is real comments which people write, unfortunately, and they are not moderated automatically. And the result is the less polarization, better discussion, and also, generally speaking, more welcoming social media. Because the social media, they still have a really big part in of the society. Also, the good things that they can happen, mostly even in the countries where you have a not free press. The social media are usually the only space how you can get the information independent. But we know all the bad things which happen. But let me give you a little bit of hope, because we will speak in whole day about what's terrible happening in the world. If I can make a few notes about why I'm hopeful. One thing, we have a crisis. We have a huge crisis now, way too many of them, but every crisis is opportunity to make big changes. And now we have the crisis where we can push social media, we can push big tech to do changes through regulations. In Europe, we have the best healthy food because of the regulations. And this regulation had affected also food and the cosmetics all around the world, because some companies decided if we make one product for Europe, Europe will sell it everywhere else. Now the Europe hopefully will finally use DSA, Digital Service Act, to push big tech, because of the political climate, to do regulation, to do fines, so the big social media will make the changes which they are not doing now. I really like ideas, but money talks. And the reason why Tesla is in troubles now, and then Musk is in troubles now, is not because of the Nazi salute. It's because of the stock prices. So we cannot wait till they have good ideas and we'll do them from the free heart, but we need to make them economically wise to fulfill the regulations which all we need. We need to be careful, of course, with not to suppress free speech, but this gives me hope. And one last point. We speak a lot of negatives about American social media. Do you know VKontakte is a Russian Facebook? We have no power over them, no power, no economic power, nothing, because they are directly under Russian government, which is hostile to all of us here. So we cannot make any changes to VKontakte. We cannot have any influence. We still can have an influence on Facebook, Google, whoever, to do the things which we think need to be done for the society. And this gives me hope, and I hope we as citizens of the global world and as the voters will push this agenda to our representatives in the governments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Pankaj sir, you've been in the industry of journalism from the time when news was about, the incentive of actually pushing out news and information was to inform and help the communities around. But now we see a shift where incentive, especially when it comes to misinformation, spreading misinformation is more powerful, it brings you financial incentive, but fighting it does not. Which is why, the community itself it really struggles because a lot of people would push misinformation against communities, against gender, against all the intersections, and actually push in a lot of money, a lot of political power, a lot of data behind it. But when you are at the end where you're fighting it, how do you see that shift panning out? And we're sitting in a room where we're talking about digital democracy, right? So how does that kind of challenge the idea of democracy itself, physical as well as online?
Thank you, and for this opportunity. You talked about money talks. She talks about incentives. What we have not discussed is the economy of misinformation, which is actually in the root of what the pandemic, the misinformation pandemic we are facing. I'll start with a story of a man, a company, and a country. What is the return on investment on misinformation? There is a man who bought a company called Twitter for $44 billion. He sold that company last week for $33 billion. So your loss was about $10 billion. But they got the control through misinformation, deployed with AI. They've got the control of a $27 trillion economy. That is your rate, your return on investment. And I can say this, I could see this train wreck in slow motion going on in America because I've been part of it 10 years ago. As the advisor to the Prime Minister of India in communication, I could see there was so much misinformation coming. And I could not fight it even sitting inside the most powerful office in the country. Why? Because misinformation sells better and faster than good information. There used to be an economist called Gresham. He used to say that the bad currency puts good currency out of circulation. And we are seeing it all over the world, that the good information is being put out of the circulation by the bad information. Make America great again. That's what this solved, because the underlying sentiment was that America is not great. Though the truth that time was that in the last 30 years, the GDP of America has become almost the double of an entire Eurozone. At the time of Reagan and Thatcher, they were almost the same. The per capita income of America was more than double than Japan since 1980. But since it was a negative thought, make America great again, it presumes that America is not great. And that's how they sold it. I could see it like crystal clear because we were sold in India a slogan called Achhe Din. Between 2004 and 2014, the per capita income of Indians trebled. It went up 3x. So what are you talking about when you are talking about good days? Those are the good days. In the next 10 years, it's not even doubled. So that's how misinformation sells. I was talking to someone from neurosciences the other day, earlier this thing, Darshan, that it's all on your psychology. What you are talking about, that how you sell things basically on human psychology. Right now, India is the second largest consumer of online information in the world, next to China. We created 1.3 trillion hours of content online. And these are the figures from E&Y study for Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. 1.7 trillion hours of content was created, out of which 87% was ASMR. So this great country with a great demographic dividend is ruining that on Facebook Reels. If you go to any of the Facebook in India, do a study, a meta study of this thing, of the Facebook, of Twitter, X, and all that, it's basically a huge number, what Osama was talking about, that out of the 900 million people in Indian rural areas, only 122 are connected or doing financial transaction. You know why? Because those are the people actually who are getting the government payments on National Rural Guarantee Scheme, MNRGA. And that's why they are connected. And 87% of these people are basically making reels all day. India's demographic dividend, which we've been talking about, is all but gone. Our window is closing very fast. You know, 1 billion Indians earn less than $1,000 a year. A year. Okay? And those are the people who cannot afford smartphones. Those are the people who cannot afford the cheapest of your digital plans. And we are not just talking about that. Now, decentralizing truth and fighting misinformation, how do we do this? This is a huge thing. This is like a cloud which is getting darker and darker. What do we do? I, in my 40 years of journalism, has found one thing, that the only antidote to misinformation is more information and good information. And I'm really, really glad to be in the company of all of you people who are working on that. I mean, this is what we need, these kind of startups in India in millions. And thank you for that. But how do you scale this good information thing? There's a Greek proverb that the fish starts to rot from the head. And that is what we are seeing all over the world. Be it Putin, be it Trump, be it our Prime Minister Modi, be it Xi, everywhere, governments' heads are misinforming people. So how do we fight it? We can only fight it if we get together. We can only fight it if I train government officials from different countries. I've done about 250 of them from different countries, from Guyana to Vietnam, and they come from the officials' offices of the presidents and prime minister to India under a G20 program. And I tell them that stop this process of misinforming from the top. That is the only way we can fight it. I'll just give you a personal story. From 2009 onwards, the UNICEF, with the help of Oxford University and the Reuters Thomson Foundation, we had created a module of misinformation in health reporting. 1,200 journalists I personally trained on that how not to report on health, misreport on health. The government stopped the grant. After 1,200 people, I thought this was a permanent thing. This is a module which was created after so much work, and they stopped it. I said, what are you doing now? He said, they've hired EY to do the same thing. So this is how, going forward, it's not all dark, it's not all bad. I still go out to colleges and schools and talk about misinformation. And now I've got all this new data coming in from the US and all that what is the ROI on this is. We have to improve the ROI on good information. If we can do that, then we can then get scale. More people will be coming in and joining in this. I want every university to talk about it. Last time I met in WSA someone from Finland, which is the only country which teaches social media to pre-primary school children. And that's the only country where the fake news at its minimum. This is where we have to invest. We have to have these conversations in colleges and schools, that what you are watching, what you are saying about things, that what is an ASMR, why you are psychologically being driven to like something and not like something, and to repost something and not repost something. This has to go down to the school levels. This has to go down to the universities. And the startups like you have to increase, and we need funding for that. And the funding will only come when there is more traffic on this. Because then the 7 people who control the information in the world, do you know the 7 companies, Meta, Google, Tesla, all these, the 7 guys, FANG, their market cap is now getting very close to China's. They are the 2nd largest economy in the world. $16 trillion. And the market is just down, thankfully. So all of them are losing billions and billions. But that is what it is. That's what the fight is about. The fight is about this whole world. If I look at the Indian context, the 5 top companies in news, which has been my playground for 40 years, are not Indian. It's Google, it's Meta, it's Telegram, I mean, you name it, Amazon. They are not Indian. So the Indian news has been hijacked very nicely and slowly in plain sight from India. Someone sitting somewhere is deciding what Indians want to read. Not me. I've been an editor. I think people want to read what I think after a lot of hard work. What news is. But that's not the news, and that's why this whole ecosystem of fake news has to be fought back. It has to be fought back at the personal level, which I'm trying to do, at an organizational level, as the DEF is trying to do, and as a community level, as all of us are trying to do. And if we can increase that data, if we can increase that traffic, believe you me, the Googles and Metas and the Amazons will be following us because we are the market. We have to turn this whole misinformation and fighting misinformation is a larger marketing thing. If they see that there's money to be made in good information, they'll put their algorithms on that. And that's the only way we can win this war. Thank you.
I think the one last perspective that I want to bring in would come from Jonan, because I know that you are the WSA Youth Ambassador as well, working with the young people community in Uganda. These are the people who are embedded in the online world without the understanding of what the online world means anymore. Because when we were coming online, we had a lot of time to get acclimated. These guys are just pushed into the pool and have been told that you have to swim. So how do you deal with a younger community that is constantly online, that is constantly consuming information, and are mostly just consumers of all of their rights just translating into an online world? How do you, what does that community feel? How do you help the young people to come online in a way that's more conscious, that's more consensual, that's more, just conscious of the fact that they are dealing with real people?
Right, thank you so much for that question. For us, our approach usually involves 3 steps, because if you look at the ecosystem and the flow of information, it flows from platforms to people. So you have people on one hand, you have information on the other hand, and there is transmission in between. And the young people in Uganda, who make up 70% of the population, find this information across different touch points that could include even WhatsApp. You have 3.4 million people in Uganda that are using Facebook, around 500,000 on Instagram, and around 500,000 on X. So it's pretty much crazy, and they have this unfettered, unlimited access to a lot of misinformation. The question is whether they have attention resources, the digital literacy necessary to navigate through that ocean of misinformation. And the sad reality is that they do not simply possess the critical thinking and the skills to navigate that kind of digital infrastructure. So sadly, we have had very devastating consequences of that in Uganda. On the other hand, radio in Uganda is like, according to our Bureau of Statistics, it's like the highest form of communication, the highest media from which people get data. So what we did with some friends of mine, we built a radio streaming pipeline. This is something that had been done by UN Global Pulse in 2014 as an initiative of the UN Secretary General. So we basically replicated the same system around 2018. And what this radio streaming pipeline does is that it listens to radio stations 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And by that, you are able to understand the topics that, of course, you train models and stuff like that. I won't go into that. We trained models across 5 local languages, so not just English, but the prominent local languages. So at the end of the day, you are able to understand the topics that interest the youth, and therefore the topics that through which people are more likely going to be deceived. So when we did that research, our approach was more like how sensitization, how do we then come up with advocacy, digital literacy campaigns, because of the entire trend as well of citizen journalism. You've probably heard of guys saying that we are the media now, and so literally everybody wants to inform, but they do not understand the ethics of journalism. So our approach has been to do some bit of sensitization, but of course this is not a one shoe fits all. We try what we can, and we come up with different guidelines. So right now we're trying to petition the ministry, and my friend Donald is there. He works closely with the Office of the Prime Minister. So we're trying to see how to integrate these kinds of digital literacy ethics into school curriculums, like what he talked about is happening in Finland. And by that, we'll be able to rescue pretty much an entire generation of people that is falling prey to this kind of thing. On the other hand, there have been extreme measures by the government, like currently Facebook is banned in Uganda because of difference in politics, and the president has refused, including the Minister of Communication, they have refused to unblock Facebook. Despite that, Ugandans are using virtual private networks, so it still averages around 1.7 million users per month. And that is, of course, not making the situation any better. But I would like to highlight what Matthias talked about, and I think this is extremely very important for all of us to discuss and understand at length, that digital platforms spread information, rather misinformation, by design. It's not by chance that you have this post that is showing up in your face, the autoplay features that expose you to information that you were not otherwise not going to see, the trending lists, because the algorithm cannot differentiate between fake or disinformation or misinformation. It recommends content that is popular, and that gives you more exposure. So to misinformation. And what Thomas is doing around fact-checking, we have tried to do such things in Uganda, but they are not as effective, not because of the technology per se, but because by the time you fact-check, the post has already moved miles. And so you're basically trying to do digital control. The people who had to see this have already seen it. So it's a plethora of strategies at different levels that we're trying to implement within not just the Ugandan ecosystem. We've also done some little work in DRC and Rwanda. So yeah, that's pretty much really what I can say about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have 1,000 more questions, but I'm sure we're all hungry and we have food served on the 5th floor. So thank you to the panelists for joining me. I'm very sorry for cutting this conversation short, but all of these guys are going to be available and please disturb them while they're eating. Thank you so much. Okay, before you guys leave, a few announcements. The food area is on the 5th floor, and at 2:30, when you come back for your sessions, we request. Oh, sorry. There is a huge digital Sangam market sort of a thing happening on the ground floor. The food is there. Please come back at 2:30. We urge the winners at least of the WSA awards to come and for your session at 2:30. And please make sure that you eat lots, you converse with the startups that have a stall in Digital Sangam, and yeah, that you are there. One more announcement, but 1 second.
Ground floor, no confusion. Yeah.
Ground floor. We urge it on at 2:30, please.
War. Goaraka or Goaraka. And Indigarana. Okay. Sorry if I didn't get those pronunciations right. I'm sure you'll correct me when you come up. We're just checking that all our speakers are here, which they are.
Everyone who is part of the jury and wants to ask questions, it's also helpful if you come a bit further down, unless you want me running around and climbing stairs.
Are we ready to start? Yes. Are we ready? Are we ready? I know it's late in the afternoon and I know you've been here since morning, but this is why we came. Everything else was storytelling, wasn't it? But this is why we came. So I would like for all those who will not be speaking up here to give energy to those who will. Are we agreed? So by the time we leave here, we are crawling out because we have used all our energy. I'm Adaro Gott, as says up there. I'm part of the grand jury of WSA, so I'm familiar with many of the people who will be presenting. But before we get to the winners, we have from India a startup who will lead us off today, this afternoon, and that is, let me get it right, Indira Ghana will lead us off. And just to remind everybody that the startups have 3 minutes to present. We'll be very strict on the 3 minutes. And then the audience will have 3 to 4 minutes to ask any questions they may have related to the product or the impact of that product. So whenever you're ready, hold on, let's make sure your slides are up.
I don't have slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whenever you're ready,
yeah, sure.
You're free to start.
All right. Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. I was told that the slides are optional, so I took the opportunity to put the spotlight very selfishly on myself and not the presentation. Being amongst an international guest profile puts me back in some days of college where I got an opportunity to be a part of ISEC. So great to see all of you come to India and welcome to Hyderabad. I run a startup called Indie Goaraka that works with Indian handloom textiles, and we produce menswear and accessories working with Indian crafts. The reason why we started this is that I felt that Indian craft has immense potential to be contextually relevant in today's age and time in everyday wear and not just be limited to weddings and festivals and other personal occasions, which is why I felt that Indian fabric made in India by Indian weavers has great potential to enter the markets. And we obviously use commerce as the primary tool to take our products forward and reach wider audiences. This is a rather unusual fit between craft and commerce, mainly because craft is seen as something which is inaccessible and too premium, and commerce is seen as fast fashion. So in a way, we're trying to bridge the world between what fashion is and what craft and heritage and tradition is. What we're really trying to reimagine is what fabric can look like and feel like in today's times. So by that I mean we make products that are relevant in today's lifestyle. So shirts is something that we are going to get into, but we started with ties and pocket squares and jackets and overshirts and so on. So the idea is to contemporize what craft fabric looks like and use commerce as a tool to do that. Over the past 4 years, we've been able to do a lot of work in the gifting space for menswear and also for corporates. We've also had the chance to put up our products on multiple e-commerce marketplaces all across India. And we've also had the opportunity to ship our products globally to different parts of the world. A little backstory to this is that I come from a family of artists, and for me, it is imperative to take this aspect of tradition and culture forward, but obviously reimagine it and look at it in the form of what it would be like in today's time. So I'm almost done with time, and thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much. That was a perfect 3 minutes. Any questions? Clarifications? There must be something running through your minds. If there's a microphone, it's coming right towards you.
So clearly you are already super successful. So my question, clearly you are already super successful. So my question is, when are you exporting?
We will start exporting now. I think selling in domestic markets for me was a bit personal because I felt a lot of fabrics which we make in India are first exported, and none of it really comes to Indian consumers. Now that we've been able to penetrate the Indian market to some extent and have some sort of a presence, now we're looking at exports as well. But we're looking at exports of finished goods and not textiles per se.
Sure.
There was another hand up.
My question, sorry, here.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
There you go.
My question would be, I see that your fabrics and the craft you're going after is mostly Telangana. Have you already looked at other, we have hundreds of different textile cultures across India. So have you already looked at other profiles, or are you still in the process? And if so, are you working with the local artisanal communities?
Absolutely. We're working with artisan communities, self-help groups, and NGOs. So far, we've been able to work in the Telangana region with Pochampalli Ikat. I hope you get a chance to familiarize yourself with that craft. And we're also looking at the neighboring Andhra, which also produces a lot of cotton handloom fabrics. So we've had a collection come out from handloom cotton made in Andhra, as well as Ikat from Telangana so far. The other regions we are looking at is Bengal and Rajasthan as well.
Thank you so much. Can you give him a big hand, please?
Thank you so much, everyone.
You can just keep the microphone there. Yes. Now, if you are a juror, have you all logged in? Because we're about to begin voting. Is there any juror having any issues so we can solve it before the first pitch begins? All jurors seem happy. The second one is I would kindly ask you that when somebody is pitching, please don't leave or move about until they are done. It's only 3 minutes. Right? So that it's kind of distracting. You're trying to say something and people are walking in and out. So when you see somebody pitching, please try and just hold it for 3 minutes so they can finish their pitch. I would also ask at the door, we don't let anybody in because it's quite distracting with people walking in and out. Let's put your hands together for Land for Good from Australia.
Woo, you rock, Hyderabad! Anyway, it's so wonderful to be here because it's amazing to be surrounded by all these inspiring innovators and incredible innovations, all targeted at helping achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a really amazing feeling, isn't it? But, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, the truth is the majority of these innovations won't fulfill their impact potential, won't scale to the point where they're actually helping achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And for many of them, this will be because they won't be able to find the capital they need at the right stage to help them grow. This is a global systemic gap in the impact investment ecosystem known as the missing middle. It's the gap between about $50,000 and $1 million where there's very little investment activity. And it's this gap that prevents the great impact enterprises with real solutions that can help us achieve the SDGs, like everyone in the room today, from accessing the $1.5+ trillion currently sitting inside latter stage impact investment funds. And it's this gap that means the potential of impact enterprises is often trapped, unrealized, and squandered. This is the challenge we set out to solve at Lend for Good. And we do this through a unique tri-party marketplace based around partnerships with leading intermediary organizations. Intermediaries are entrepreneur support organizations with the skills, the experience, the relationships to help identify opportunity. People like, say hypothetically, WSA. If WSA wanted to leverage its existing social capital and reputation and the work that has already been put in to identify these incredible high potential organizations, they could join as an intermediary partner with Lend for Good and therefore facilitate those winning companies being listed on our platform and put in front of our global community of lenders, who then are more likely to invest thanks to the confidence they're given from that credible endorsement. We have 17 intermediary partners signed up so far from Australia, Southeast Asia and Africa. And through them, we've been able to highlight some incredible enterprises, like the Khmer Women-led Cricket House in Cambodia, Beacon Laundry in Northern Australia, and Ihu Motors, electric motorbike startup in Benin. Our lenders are individuals, foundations, and family offices. And on our platform, they're able to hone in on the things that really matter to them, whether that's the characteristics of the founder, the interest rate they're offering, the time frame, what region they're from, what SDG they resolve, or the intermediary that has listed them. And that enables them to get really granular around the things that matter to them. We finished our proof of concept period in November last year and launched our fully functional platform, and have so far catalysed 42 loans to 25 social enterprises worth over $3 million. And crucially, a third of the borrowers are women-led or women-owned, as opposed to 2% of those who raise investment from mainstream investment markets. Every deal links to one of the SDGs, and so far every SDG has been positively impacted. Our goal is to reach $1 billion a year through the platform in 5 years, and to get there, we need amazing partners. So we invite all of you to join with us. Thank you.
Wow, just on time. All the way from Australia. I'm looking for hands. There's a hand right up there in the middle, if we have the roving mic.
From one pink jacket to another. And then I want a question from you.
Go ahead, just take the mic, take the mic, take the mic.
Come on,
go ahead.
Slipping away. Is it turned on?
Okay,
yes.
Now it is. So thank you so much for your pitch. And of course, it's hard to do it in 3 minutes. So could you elaborate a bit
could you
more
just a little
about
louder?
The lenders that you have?
For sure, I'd love to. we think one of the big things holding all lenders back is the challenge of actually honing in on the things that really matter to them in impact investing. And this is an artifact of the fact that impact investing is largely through funds at the moment. And funds have to have kind of a broad thematic, like maybe female founders or circular economy, which is great. But actually what people tend to care about is kind of specific layers of context. So to give one example, one of our key supporters is a family office in Australia, the June Canavan Foundation. And what they care most about is supporting pioneering women, so female founders, who are helping increase access for women and girls to education, healthcare and sports, with a geographic focus on regional Victoria, the Gold Coast, Papua New Guinea and East Africa, because those are places June Canavan lived and worked. There's no impact fund in the world that aligns with that specific collection of priorities. And that's true for all of us. And we think that's why so many people are uninspired by impact investing, because it's a story of a process, rather than actually honing in on the story of a specific enterprise doing a specific thing in a specific place that you care about.
Excellent. Just pass the microphone down. There's a question, right? There you go. Perfect.
Thank you so much, Tanya. So it's really about this and about this gap in the lending. So this, yes?
Yeah, it's about solving that missing middle gap, although if you're more familiar with mainstream startups, you can think of it as an angel investor gap in impact investing, that it's a world of all VCs but no angels. And that's a really important dynamic, to come back to my previous point, because we don't have agreed universal metrics for impact or even a definition of what is impact. And therefore, it's really hard to do on behalf of other people. It's something on some level you can only do effectively for yourself. I think of it as the difference between someone doing property investment for you versus someone buying you a home. A home is more than just an economic asset, and that's why people can't buy it for you. You have to go and see the house for yourself, walk into it, feel the vibe, and it's that combination of things that we think is really powerful.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Tom, for a great presentation. My question is, how do you go about doing the due diligence?
So we don't do any due diligence. We're purely a marketplace and a platform. So what we do is enable the people who are already doing due diligence. Our big thesis is that there's heaps of due diligence already happening. Why these smaller deals mostly don't happen is because of the cost of due diligence. The cost of decision-making is really expensive. And it's expensive for the investors, but it's also very expensive for founders who tend to go endlessly through various due diligence processes. So we think due diligence is like food. There's plenty of food in the world, and the reason that hunger persists is it's often wasted and poorly distributed. We think that's exactly the same with due diligence, that there's plenty of it going on, but could we get more out of it by sharing it? So all of our intermediaries on the platform are people who do due diligence of one form or another. Some are investors and they're doing financial due diligence. Some are maybe awards like this and they're doing a slightly different form of due diligence. But all of them are running a form of due diligence process that arrives at a collection of enterprises that they believe in and believe have potential. And it's them then sharing that due diligence that they've already done and the judgments they've made with the rest of us. So we can follow them into those deals if we believe in their thesis without having to restart due diligence from scratch.
Okay, great. We'll take the last question. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll probably have an extension to that. I think great that you have like a built-in diligence, but that could become an issue not having diligence built into your process as you scale. That's the first note that I wanted to share.
Sorry, I didn't totally catch the question. How will we
Do
maintain?
you have a due diligence process which is part of the platform itself? You said the answer is no.
No, so again, if we were doing due diligence, we would have to have our own thesis as to what do we think is impact, what do we think is investable, and that's not what we're about. We're about partnering with people who are already doing the work. Who are we to say if an electric bike startup in Benin is, we don't know anything about the electric bike startup in Benin. So if we were doing the due diligence, we would automatically restrict it to things we know about. It would be a certain type of social enterprise, maybe in Australia or Southeast Asia. And we think that's not what the world needs. The world doesn't need more due diligence. It needs better sharing and leveraging of the due diligence that's already happening.
Okay, great. So my question is, what is the total assets or what's the total amount that you have raised on the platform so far?
What's the, sorry?
Total amount you've raised on the platform so far?
Yeah, so $3 million through the platform so far, over 42 deals.
3 million?
Yeah, into 25 social enterprises in about 11 countries so far. Yeah, all of them endorsed by an intermediary, obviously, who understands that local context and issue and need.
Are you Tom?
I am Tom.
Can we give Tom a big hand? Setting us off on the right tone. Thank you, Tom. We continue our geography lesson and we move away from Australia to Brazil, Can we welcome Napora? And you start whenever you're ready. No.
Now it's working. I think we have to do it again. Yeah. Please. All right. Hello, everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about a problem that affects not only my country, but I believe India and so many other countries. A problem of access, a problem of people not receiving the packages at home. So while in urban areas, we talk about drones and, I don't know, same-day delivery, when it goes to communities, favelas, or so-called slums, people do not receive them at all. They are excluded from the map. We say that there are two different realities, a standard one with streets, roads, and signs, and a no-standard one, where the GPS gives up. And so you can have an idea when we talk about Brazil, favelas, if it would be a state, would be the fourth largest in our country, generating more than 220 billion reais a year. So they still suffer from a huge problem though. The 36 million of people do not receive their products, and 50% of them, almost 70% of them, give up of the whole process. And that's why Napora exists. We are the first impact logtech that allows people to receive their products at their houses, bringing not only a package, but convenience to those people. Our business model is a last solution, so we do the collecting and also the tracking and the delivery with the support of local residents. We have a lot of diverse portfolio to attend this specific reality, and right now we are operating in two main cities, Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, the biggest cities in Brazil, and along with the biggest and leading e-commerce and marketplaces in our country and in the world. Right now we've been certifying for 3 years in a row in 3 UN goals, and this impact can be seen by those numbers over here. So almost 90% of those people are happier customer than ever. We can afford an average payment per careers of $102,000 USD. That's 150% above the average. And we've been generating 1,000 jobs. That's a recording from City of God. So you can see how complex those areas is, not trivial. And we go beyond delivery. We also offer, along with our solution, the digital zip code. It's a way to integrate those favelas, those slums, and restricted areas into the map of e-commerce. Right now, with this technology, we've already impacted 84,000 people and generated 21,000 addresses. And in 4 years, we've already won 20 awards, and we're still counting. But I don't do history alone. I have my 3 other partners that are over there, making Napora greater every day. And more than 40 dreamers that believe that we can do better and narrow this gap that we face. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to invite your teammates down as we do the questions. Just come down. Can be appreciated. Meanwhile, for those who have questions, let's get the hands up.
Over there.
Nora is getting exercise today.
Yes. Please tell us more about the dreamers.
All right, that's a good question though. They are the ones that make Napora what it is. 60% of them are people from the communities, people from favelas, so we employ them, we hire them, we develop them. People from slums, ghetto community, I don't know what part of the country you are, but we will know favelas, but some will know as slum. So 60% of them are from these places, and which is a nice number to complement that is 50% of them are women. So unlike many people think, logistics can be done by women too. So, yeah. And also we have our local couriers. Sorry, our local couriers are all from the gate, all from the favelas. So that's
okay. Just go ahead. I'll come to you.
Thank you. I would like to know the cost of the zipping material and how many of them you've made so far. Thank you.
Oh, that's a nice question. So there's no cost for final customer. Who pays the price is the B2G. So we work with the government in a way that we can implement inside of favelas. So far, we've already mapped the biggest favelas in Rio. So Vidigal, Rocinha, Mangueira, Caju, those are really huge favelas in Rio. And also in São Paulo, but there's no cost at all for those people because they've already suffered a lot, all right? So we don't have to charge them for a zip code. The ones that raise the prices is the government or clients, like we have the private sector also supporting this solution, and we've done that not only in São Paulo, but in Santo André, which is a close city from São Paulo, is part of the state, and so they also paid because it was part of their sustainable strategy.
Thank you for a great presentation. Could you quickly share the business model in terms of economics?
Oh, of course. In terms of economics, our business model is the B2B transactional model. Who pays for us is the B2B clients, so like Amazon, and it's a transactional format, so we pay by deliveries made, so they pay us and as a range. Let's say if you have from 1 to 1,000, they have a range to pay, and they pay as a regular logistic company, like if you, let's say DGL, they will do the same mechanism, but we work in restricted areas, in places that no one operates. But we charge the same business model as those ones. I don't know if I was clear, if you understood, but it's the same business model. We don't charge the customer, the final customer, because it doesn't make sense. So we operate like a regular logistic company, but aiming impact, and our final goal is to achieve where no one is achieving.
Let's go ahead. Yep.
Hi, nice project. Do you have plans to monetize the favela mapping?
Oh, that's a good question. You mean like the digital zip code that goes along with the logistic? All right. Yeah, right now, it's a solution that comes along with the logistic because let me back up a little bit, because we started the digital zip code to gain more logistic efficiency. That's why we started. We were asking ourselves like, okay, we cannot reach those people. Why? Because they live in restricted areas. So why should we do? We have to hire people locally. Okay, we're doing that, but how you can gain more logistic efficiency? Because you have to go to point A to B, and it has to be faster. Okay, so let's implement digital zip codes. But now, once we start conversations with the government, we figure out that this is so much more. Like we can buy the digital zip code, we can offer basic sanitation, we can pavement those streets, we can offer much, much more. So right now, this business is still scaling because we've already proved that this can be done. Every time we go to government, they say, okay, but have you implemented in Rio? And we say like, yes, we've done this. Because Rio, if you guys don't know, is a really tricky place to go in. Like we have a lot of favelas there, and it's really complicated. So when we say like, no, if we test it in Rio, we know that it works. And then the government comes back and say, okay, so let's make it bigger. And now we're going bigger and bigger, and in a way that we're gonna offset and be profitable with this situation, with this solution, as well as we've done with the logistics. It's okay?
Having our last question.
There's one under here.
Quick question. Yeah. What partnerships do you have to get data faster? Do you have partnerships with some of the local taxi and motorcycle transportation companies, for example?
Let me see if I understood your question. You're asking what type of partnerships we've made? Like, it's about zip codes? Yeah. Let me just, one second. Oh yeah, we have partnership with Google. We were accelerated and invested by Google, so that was one of the biggest partnerships that we had to scale this solution. That's the main actually partnership, but when it comes to local, we have local NGOs, sorry. Local NGOs that helps us to go inside the territories and hire those people that are gonna be mapping these places. So in a way that we not only are mapping, but we are actually helping them to make ends meet because we are paying for them to map. So basically we have those two initiatives, okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Big hand for Napora. I'm only up here because Nora was not walking up here, and there were many hands up here feeling lonely. So I came to make them feel you're all welcome, everybody, even those up here. We leave Latin America and we move to the greatest continent, Africa. And there we welcome Achieve from Ghana. No mics, sorry.
Okay.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so Achieve is simplifying access to personal finance for people in Ghana, for the average Ghanaian. Ghana has a youthful population. 60% is between 15 and 60 years. 70% have access to digital finance in one way or another using mobile money. And in the formal sector, we have over 72% of people employed in the formal sector having a bank account. Good stats. But you contrast this with access to investments. Less than 5% have access to a collective investment scheme, and less than 2% have life insurance for themselves or for their families. This story is similar across the region in Nigeria, Kenya, and Francophone Africa and Cote d'Ivoire as well. Why is this the case? Poor distribution systems, inappropriate products, and very expensive. It is non-digital, paper-based, and manual, and very difficult to be able to access this. You have to go to different banks, fund managers, and you have to make manual payments to be able to make these investments. What does Achieve do? We simplify the process. We give you an investment app. Onboarding is easy. Payments are seamless because we have integrated with different payment service providers that allows people to be able to invest through their mobile money or through their bank accounts. There's 24/7 access to your investments, so you don't need to be asking for statements and so on. You can see everything that is happening on the platform, and you can get access to your money instantly, which we find is very popular with people for creating trust. We also deliver financial literacy education throughout the user journey and allow people to be able to create goals to save towards the things that are important to them. We've seen demonstrable growth. Today we have over 110,000 active users, and impressively, Achieve shareholders form 17% of the national database of mutual fund shareholders across the country. We were able to do this in just about 3 years. We've impacted people's lives. Over 70% of the people who use Achieve never had access to formal investments prior to using Achieve and have been able to complete so many goals on our platform, from rent, school fees, and so on. Our model is sustainable. We get a fee of transactions. We charge for premium services like instant withdrawals, and we get some of the asset management fees from the investment companies. What's next for us? Today we are just in Accra. We want to go across Ghana and scale to the other regions. We also want to go international by looking at Kenya, Nigeria, and Cote d'Ivoire. And we want to introduce additional products beyond investments, looking at insurance and credits. Thank you so much. My name is Huzaifa from Achieve Ghana.
Thank you so much for that journey. Incredible. You are welcome.
And that's Daniel.
We have the floor open to questions. But just before we begin questions, just to remind all jurors, you only vote if you have seen all pitches. Just a reminder to the jurors, you only vote if you have seen all the pitches. Question.
You still have the clicker in your hand, right?
Yes, I do.
There was something that was on your impact slide I'd like to ask you a question about. It said 40% something, yes, 47%?
Yes.
Tell me about this. You didn't mention about this, and I'd like to know more.
Yes, great. So our users, when we surveyed them, tell us that 40% of them are able to complete their goals 30% faster. So previously, for instance, if you're saving towards rent, you might save in your bank account when you get paid, push money there. It's easily accessible for you. You go to the town, you pay via Visa, and so on and so forth. Maybe you want to do this in 6 months. It might end up taking you a year. With the tools that we have, we can help you lock the goals. And we've got people coming back to say, I want my money now, but they've already locked their goals for the period, so they stay disciplined. We also have automated deductions on mobile money and bank, so you don't even have to do anything, the money just goes. So we facilitate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I know your hand is up, but I want to diversify questions, if you don't mind. Then I'll come back to you. But looks like you're up. Okay, right behind, then I'll come to you next. Go ahead, please.
What is Petra?
Great. So Petra is a financial institution in Ghana. It's a corporate trustee. Achieve was born out of an incubator out of Petra. So Petra handles pensions for institutional customers, but 5 years ago, we saw that the world has changed, and we wanted to do something for retail people who wanted to invest towards the things they cared about. So a small incubator was created inside of Petra to think about Achieve, led by myself and Daniel and 3 other people, and we came up with Achieve outside of Petra. Thank you.
Thank you for a great presentation. I understand it's an aggregator model. Which are the products that are available on the platform for investment?
Today we have primarily mutual funds, and when we started, we only had a money market mutual fund that was very safe, very slow growing. As our users have become more sophisticated, we have added more sophisticated funds. So today we have a money market mutual fund, we have a balanced fund, and we even have a global tech fund that people who want to be a little bit more aggressive and want to diversify can invest in. We also have access to be able to purchase Government of Ghana treasury bills and bonds through our product, our platform. And then we also have Eurobond Trust as well, which is sovereign bonds of other countries that have been made into a mutual fund. And then we also have our pensions products on there as well. So there's a mix of products that people can access. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I really like what you've built, but in the problem, I noticed that you mentioned the problem was low adoption of finance products despite strong potential. I would really love to know, is it really the only problem, or is it that people are not really aware of where to start and how to do savings and how important it is? And if it is a problem or not, how does that impact Achieve?
Yes, so that statement captures all the different pieces that you mentioned. There is strong potential. There's a growing middle class in Ghana and in similar countries. People are earning more, but they don't have information, so financial literacy is extremely important. Secondly, our generation, I don't know how many of us have been to a bank in the last 6 months. So in Ghana, for instance, you have to go to a bank, fill a form to be able to buy a treasury bill. You have to figure out who's the best fund manager for me to invest in. It's very difficult and all of that. So all of these put together have made investments just the privilege for the very sophisticated person who can afford to do it. We try to break all of that so that now everybody can access investments, and that would increase adoption of these personal finance products. So from students to workers to everybody can now access it just from their phone. Thank you.
A big hand for Achieve. She did ask a curious question, and I'm just dying to know the answer. By show of hands, how many people have entered a bank in the last 2 months? I'm just curious. Oh, see, I haven't entered a bank in 2 years. That was just, she raised it, I'm sorry. We now leave Ghana. Oops, let me not fall. And we now welcome Troll Wall AI from Slovakia. Begin whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me? Yes? Great. Hi, my name is Thomas, and I'm really sorry to show you this. And show you social media comments like this. Or like this. Unfortunately, our data show that approximately every 8th comment on social media is hateful, toxic, or vulgar. And trust me, I know much about it. I used to work as social media manager for many organizations, and I used to delete manually these kind of comments on the social media profiles which I managed. And after the full-scale invasion to Ukraine, where I co-founded an initiative to help Ukrainians, it got even more crazy, even more. It was hundreds and hundreds per day. So I got fed up with it. I called my friends, IT experts, Paolo, Philip, and Tommy, who is an AI data scientist, and we made Trowall. Trowall automatically hides toxic, vulgar, hateful comments on the social media profiles of our clients. It understands complex sentences and emojis, and we are supporting already 7 languages, and we are training with native speakers. That's why, for example, we have a free version of Spanish, because we know that the toxic language is different in Mexico than in Spain. We are officially registered application by Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and YouTube. And we are doing even more for the social media managers to give them more value. We are making the sentiment analysis. We are recommending the actions for the comments which are nice, not toxic. And we also help them to draft the replies to the comments. We use our own technology, our own data, and our own AI. And thanks to that, we are beating our international competitors in the quality of hate detection. And let us think. We already checked more than 60 million comments, and 4 million, like those you read, we removed. 4 million. And we are just limited by the number of clients and number of impact where we can do that with that. We are already in 8 countries, in much more countries in Europe, but imagine if every company, every NGO, every organization, every proper state organization where they communicate on Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube, they have this Trowall there, and every time they get these hateful comments, whichever coming from whichever way, it will be automatically hidden. The polarization will go down of the discussion, and people like you, me, who are not so hateful, will join the discussion. Our clients include corporations, institutions, presidents, international NGOs, and we all do that on a B2B sales model, but we also do it because we believe that we can make social media a better place, one comment at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. I am so amazed how every group, every person standing here has hit 3 minutes exactly. Miracles do happen. Question 1.
Thanks. In the panel earlier today, I think I understood you mentioned that it was not possible to roll out your product across the whole of a social media provider like Facebook. Did I understand it correctly? And if so, could you elaborate on why?
Yes, because we are not moderating on the platform level. The platforms, they have their own moderators, which are doing job as good as you know. We are working just on the as an external provider for our clients. So we can moderate on our clients' profiles. We cannot moderate on your profile if you don't allow us.
So this is not a technical limitation. It's just because Facebook hasn't hired you to do it on all the profiles.
It's not a limitation on us. It's a limitation of API.
This is very good work, but what's your business model? How much do you charge? Do you charge per comment deleted, per account protected? What's the business model?
Thank you. We are B2B SaaS model. We're working on the subscription. Our subscription model starts at €100 per month, but it depends on the usage, on the size of the client. We have clients who have a multiple very big accounts. They pay up to a couple of thousands per month. So thanks to that, we can support smaller NGOs totally for free. So if I may add, we will be profitable next year, maybe even sooner.
So what a question where Nora is, and then we'll come back down.
Yeah, hello. So my question was, it depends on 2 things, ethically and culturally. So for example, some of the comments are culturally strong, that is not offensive in my cultures, but maybe very offensive to your cultures. How do you identify those, especially in terms of religious sentiments? Yeah, thank you.
That's a great question. Even in Slavic countries where I'm coming from, there is different sentences are fine in Slovak language, which are not fine in Polish, for example, which is our neighborhood country. So that's why we train with the local people. We have at least 3, usually 4 native speakers, linguistic experts, annotating the data manually. And when they confirm all of them independently for each comment which goes to the training, if they confirm, just that goes for the training. And there are strict guidelines. They have a senior manager who can then scale. They can scale it to him if they are not sure. So it's really like we take in consideration the local context.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas. I'm just curious how you do the sentiment analysis. Is it done by the AI or you do it using like third-party apps or something?
Sorry, I didn't get the last part of the question.
The sentiment analysis, do you do it using your AI or like third-party tools?
No, we do the hate detection and the first filtering. We do our own NLP, natural language processing, which is much smaller than the LLMs. So it's also more cost-effective and less compute demanding. So we train especially for these purposes.
A question on impact, but it's also really on efficiency or effectiveness. You've removed 4 million comments. Would you say that you've removed these? Have you measured how much faster you removed these than a manual fact checker? Have you measured how much more accurately you have removed these than a manual fact checker? What is the comparative value of your solution versus other options? Have you measured that?
It's an interesting point of view. We are not in the same space as fact checkers, because fact checkers are like, it's true or not. This is like, we are dealing like if it is hateful. We don't take in consideration the opinions. If you are for or against gay marriage, it's open discussion as far as you don't say anything hateful to the people.
I misspoke. I didn't mean fact checkers.
Sorry.
Whole job.
Yeah, and the app works instantly. It's within a second. And what we see and what we also get from our clients, the quality of discussion goes up. The normal people are joining this discussion because they don't see the toxicity, because there are studies showing that if the first comments on the social media profiles are toxic, then the spiral of hate is growing and growing, and people are getting just more polarized. I hope I answered your question.
Hi, thank you for a great presentation. My quick question, from scalability perspective, who's there on your cap table right now?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
What does your cap table look like? Cap table?
Who owns our company? We are 4 co-founders, and we have one investor, which is Impact Fund. So we own 80% of the company still.
Sure. Just one question. With the whole, censorship of sorts, right? Wouldn't it all look whitewashed? Everything is looking hunky-dory on everyone's website. Does the authenticity of social media feedback come down? Just a counterpoint view.
I think it's a matter of perspective. I really believe like everybody has the right to opinion, but hate is not opinion. I totally understand your point. I'm a huge free speech fighter. I was demonstrating since 14 in my country, but I believe that if we left some hate on the table, we are all joining the discussion with this hate. So that's sorry.
Or I'll eliminate the words that I don't want to see.
Oh, now I understand.
So it's all in the hands of the business then to control the narrative, which is what I'm more worried about. We'll have an offline discussion.
Okay, sorry, I didn't get your question. It's a bit sound here. I totally agree. That's why we have the same AI model for all clients. So even from Christian Democrat to LGBT organization, from corporation to news media, they all have the same model. And it's a good question now, I get it, because they ask the same. I said like, look, what we are moderating on you, we are moderating on the others. And then you see also the quality, and they can check them. So that's why we are trusted by so many different type of organizations in the countries where we operate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I assume you're Thomas. Yes. Big hand for Thomas. You know, when I was young, I loved cake. I really did. And because my mom gave me small pieces, when I got towards the end, I would eat it slower and slower because I didn't want it to finish. And that's how I feel right now because we are the last presenter, and I'm sad. I was enjoying myself. Are you enjoying yourself? Super. Let's welcome Goaraka from Malaysia. You can start whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. We are Goaraka. We are an integrated fintech platform for the third sector or the charitable sector. Okay, so what's the third sector? Basically, we're dealing with public donations, funds for good, corporate CSR, basically funds that we give to help other people. Okay, so I'm sure everybody in this room has donated before. Okay, so when we donate, what's the mindset? We hope that someone benefits from our donation. We forget about it instantly, and we don't expect anything in return. But when you multiply that into a big economy worth billions of dollars, is actually something that you start to consider, is it enough to rely on hope and good feelings when we talk about handling funds in this sector? So the problem is there's no transparency, there's no traceability, it's not inclusive, and most importantly, there's no suitable and standardized fintech in trusted transactions in this particular sector. So what does it lead to? What we're doing is actually blind giving, and it leads to problems of hidden outcomes. There's delay and mismatch in how we give donations, how beneficiaries receive, and it's very manual, it's very inefficient, and there's a lot of middleman costs. And worst case scenario, we're actually supporting vice, for example, like beneficiary exploitation. There's abuse, and also there's risk of money laundering and also terrorist financing. So the solution that we built is basically we're the first fintech to actually is able to control and trace from end to end charitable funds. So how we do it is we convert funds into e-vouchers. It's chosen by donors how they want to convert, and the e-vouchers represent donations. They're not vendor specific, and beneficiaries choose where and when to redeem. So our e-vouchers are able to be used by even refugee communities, people who are unbanked. So Goaraka is basically a fintech for good. We have shared KYC. We allow choice-based redemption. And what happens is that it reduces wastage. There's problems of food baskets where new expiry goods are given to beneficiaries. So there's a lot of problems there. So our ecosystem of users are donors, beneficiaries, vendors, and organizations. So we solve a lot of gaps in this sector. So why now, why Goaraka? Malaysia has 100% use of smartphones, even hardcore poor, and refugees. So we are revolutionizing the way we engage in charitable giving. So we provide safe and trusted transactions. It's targeted and sufficient, and it's, most importantly, it's standardized and it's measurable. So we've done successful programs with banks and corporates, where we give donations in the form of e-vouchers. So the team has 30 years combined experience in the third sector, and we know what are the pain points. My name is Audrey. I'm CTO and co-founder of Goaraka. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 3 minutes on the dot. I need to see some hands. Oh, yeah, there had to be one on the back row. I did ask for it, so Nora, I'm sorry. Let's encourage her. Nora. She's still going. Hasn't reached yet. She'll get there.
Thank you. Hello. So I've got 2 questions.
No, you're only allowed 1 question.
I'll combine together. Okay. The first one is, you said you're also taking zakat. According to the Islamic laws, there are few rules that you need Islamic scholars when you're distributing it and even also collecting. Do you have Islamic scholars involved in it? That's number one. And second one is, since you work with the CSR, we know that there is a huge chance of money launderings and corruptions in that part. Do you hold an audit annually for this? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good questions. Basically for zakat, in our country, you're only allowed to give to 8 categories of poor. So because of that, we work with zakat communities. We are also a zakat verified zakat certified platform, Sharia certified platform, whereby we know if it's zakat money, it can only go to certain beneficiaries. So our platform has a database of nominated beneficiaries from zakat bodies. So number two, because of our e-vouchering technology, it's very hard to divert funds on our platform. If it's locked to a program, it's locked to food e-vouchers, for example, it's locked to the redemption point also. So that stops any money laundering activities or fund diversions. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your pitch. Just a quick question to understand, what is your business model? You mentioned intermediaries who cut part, but what about you? How you sustain?
Okay. We don't take donation money. Vendors pay us every time there's a redeemed value. So we charge vendors transactional fees. So for example, it's a $100 voucher and they redeem $50. So when we pay the vendor, it's minus 2 or 3% transactional fee. So we are working on volume of transactions every time a voucher is redeemed in our partners. So we have about 100 major stores in Malaysia that accepts our vouchers. We're integrated. So yeah, so we don't take donation money. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Actually, what is the features about in India? KYC is already existing. A part of KYC, what are the features in your, that means the novelty of your product?
KYC.
Yes.
So basically we practice shared KYC, where we are talking about refugee communities. Sometimes they only have their UNHCR card. So we work with trust organizations in the NGO space to validate these beneficiaries who lack documentations. So that's our shared KYC burden. And also vendors, when people redeem vouchers with them, they're also another KYC step. They are allowed to ask for extra ID or those kind of shared KYC steps. That's how we do it. Yeah, we have simple KYC for donors as well to ensure we know who are the donors on our platform, and also for beneficiaries. Yeah.
Last one, extendable features about your product.
Sorry?
Extendable features about your product.
Sorry, I don't.
Extendable features about your products.
What features?
Extendable. Next is
the features of the product. Okay, basically we convert donations into e-vouchers so that we can control how it's redeemed, because donations are all locked towards intentions of the donor. And for donation space and charitable space, it's not to enrich beneficiaries, it's actually to help them with essential items. So we see a lot of cases when there's no control, they end up using the money for gambling, buying cigarettes, alcohol. So when donors want to help somebody, it's actually for essential stuff like grocery assistance, schooling assistance. So that's why we put some controls through e-vouchering. Yeah.
Okay. Connor has the last question.
Our friend Peter just walked in the room late. Can you tell Peter how many users have used Goaraka and how much money has come through your platform?
Okay. We've done more than $300,000, all from, mostly 80% from banks and corporate donors. We have not gone full scale to public donors yet. So because we want to go top down, building trust. Corporates use us first and public donors will learn how to use us as we go along.
Thank you.
Let's give Goaraka a big hand. And just stay on stage. I'd now like to call up all those who pitched to come up on the stage. It is your turn to ask the audience questions. I know you didn't know that, but come on up. All those who pitched, and your team members are free to join you. Come on up. Be careful you don't trip. Yes. Come on up, come on up, come on up. All those who pitched, come on up. Are we all here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on down, come on, come on, come on. Life is short. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Well done, guys.
Okay. Now, can you all stand up and give them a big hand, please? Thank you. Great performance by all of them. Remember, they are all winners already. Just have a seat very quickly as we wrap up. One question per team. If you needed help from someone, what would you need help in? Because there are people here who can help you, and what we're gonna do is you'll raise the issue, they will raise their hand, we'll note who they are, and then we'll match you with them later. Remember, one issue. Who is ready? One issue. This is achieve.
Right, so our question has to do with funding, right? Where we come from, we have a currency that depreciates a lot against the US dollar. Now, in our local context, the local investors are short-term sighted, so they don't want to invest in ventures that have a long-term horizon, which pushes us to go outside. Now, when you go outside, we have investors who are valuing their investments in the US dollar. And our country's currency is always depreciating against the dollar. So even when we are making very astronomical local currency returns, when you convert them back into dollars, it's peanuts, which makes our solution or our country undervalued.
You need to ask the question.
So that's the question. How do we get funding in the light of all of these challenges to scale?
We're just noting we will be matched later. Yes, it's like a matching service. Super. Okay, who's next? Goaraka.
Hi, we believe that the problem of transparency and traceability exists in all countries in the world. So we would love to promote Goaraka in other parts of the world too. So if anybody would love to partner up with us, we're more than happy to have a chat during WSA.
I see one hand up, two hand up. It's taking note. Thank you. Who's next? Napora.
For those who doesn't know, Napora means at the door in Portuguese, okay? But I think that a way to sum up what we need is, back in Brazil, impact investments, VCs that are focused on impact is still growing. So it's really hard to talk to those VCs and explain that, yes, we do impact, but we also are profitable. We can be profitable. So how you guys can support us to get close to these ecosystem, get close to the VCs that are looking for startups of impact. Going abroad, because when it comes to Brazil, we're still far away to get there. So I think that would be the question.
Hands up. Nora is good. Okay. I'm going to speed this up and ask Strowall.
Thank you. We are looking for clients, and I'm sure you have a good contacts in your countries, to institutions, to corporations, to social and digital marketing agencies, whoever have a great social media presence. I'm sure they get hate sometimes, and we are happy to help. So I'm looking already one hand, that's great. I'm looking for more hands. Oh, lovely. That's a great lead already. Thank you so much.
Okay, pass it to Len for good.
Ready? Yeah. So as I guess my pitch would have implied, our key thing that we're looking for is partners with entrepreneur support organizations. I kind of oriented it towards WSA in the room, but I'm interested to talk to absolutely any entrepreneur support organizations who are working with a portfolio or community of impact startups who have capital needs that they're struggling to fulfill. And through partnership, we might be able to unlock some of that capital for them. Equally, if you are one of those enterprises or startups, I'd love to hear who are the key entrepreneur support organizations who have supported you. And perhaps together we could approach them about getting them on Lend for Good so they could help you get on Lend for Good as well. So from either direction.
Hands up, hands up. Your last chance for hands up.
That's the one I really wanted. You weren't here for my pitch, Peter.
Let them be noted, just 1 second. We note the hands, just a second.
Yeah.
As she's noting the hands, the next session's settlements is here. Health and well-being is on the 5th floor, so you can plan your life. Settlements is here. Health and well-being on the 5th floor. Let's give them the biggest hand. Great work done. Come forward, take a group picture. I don't know who's taking the group picture. Group picture, all of you, all of you. Group picture.
Simplify the kind of just describing the roles. A little bit confused, yeah.
Sorry, I want to drag Peter up here as well. Since you're here, you happen to be here. Please.
You have the privilege to be in this book. You have the privilege to be in this book. Privilege in this book. You get a book? You get a book?
Got it now.
But you have to hold it up. Okay. Hold it up. Good.
All right,
Now
big
this
smiles.
is right for the picture. Okay, good. Can all the jurors stay here? Nora, can you just ask them?
Thank you all very much.
Great job, emceeing. Thank you.
Foi isso que eu mandei no grupo que a gente tá. Bora.
Cadê a gente?
It's nicer and more cozy down here. We need to see you. Sorry to disturb your comfortable sitting, but we need you closer here. And those of you who are still outside the room and would like to join us for the next category, please join us quickly as we are about to start. All right. Hello again. Can I ask if all the winners of the Smart Settlement on Urbanization category are all in the room? I'm checking. Locom Apps, Malaysia, you're here. Karya, India. Karya, India. No, they're not here. Kataki, Brazil. Yes. And Kataho, Digital Addressing System from Nepal. Hello. WeGo, Morocco. Hello. Can we also know if Keyot Innovation Private is here? The company from the hosting country, India, are they here? All right. Well, hello everyone. My name is Batul Husseini. Born in Syria and living in the United Arab Emirates. I'm part of the WSA team. I've been with the WSA since 2006, and I had the opportunity to be part of the grand jury, so I have seen the great solutions that are winning today. Can we make sure that all the jurors in the room are in the right category, that you have signed in? You are in the smart settlement and urbanization category. Any jurors have any technical problem that we need to wait? Everybody is in the InnoVote tool. All right, so as we don't have the company from the host country, we are ready to start immediately with the category, with the WSA winners. Let's give a big round of applause to the first winner we will hear from today, Locom Apps from Malaysia. Woo! This is your mic, your clicker, and this is your timer.
These were not here, the Indians?
The Indians are not.
Both are not here.
Okay. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Yay! All right, the floor is yours.
Hello? Hello. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Now we can reset the timer kindly.
Hi, I'm Tiffany from Locom Apps. Over the past 50 years, urbanization has tripled in Malaysia, and it's now one of the fastest growing healthcare markets in ASEAN. Healthcare staff can't keep up. Malaysia faces a severe brain drain of skilled clinicians leaving Malaysia and going to Australia or Singapore, and those remaining, 1 in 2 of them, are planning to quit in the next few years. And when we talk to them, it's not simply about pay, but they say it's because of a lack of flexibility and a lack of control over their careers. And here's where We Assist comes in. We fill shifts in as quick as 30 seconds, as hospitals can use their phones to look for a highly skilled clinical staff. And in contrast, hospitals have been doing these for years, where they break up one full-time shift into multiple sections of shifts, where instead of looking for one very difficult to find clinician, they then look for an infinite combination of part-timers known as locum. Unfortunately, hiring for locum is incredibly painful, manual, and complex, and it can take up to 200 hours per month for a hospital to be able to do this correctly. Urban healthcare systems cannot grow sustainably like that. So it's very obvious that Locom Apps is able to improve locum efficiency, and we do this in 2 main ways. The first is that our algorithm credentials by skill set and not by job description. This then gives unprecedented flexibility, allowing locums to work wherever and whenever they want, while being paid 25% more per shift. This then automates the job posting process, reducing administrative burdens and improving job visibility. And we know that the impact is real. We have over 30,000 clinical staff, and we filled 60% more shifts. Across the years, our platform has paid out more than $4 million USD to the clinicians on our platform, and over 450 Malaysians have returned home from overseas because they can now earn 3 times more the usual salary. More than half of our locum staff also do this freelance, and they rely on us as their only source of income, as well as the flexibility that we offer from anything between 4-hour shifts to 12-hour shifts. It suits any lifestyle. And we support decent work and economic growth across over 60 different hospitals and over 20 different clinical types. And listen to this. Even though healthcare is 70% female, we have a more balanced gender split, with 53% women and 47% men. We also support sustainable cities and communities, filling shifts that are nearest to the clinicians and mobilizing them in under 24 hours for urgent shifts, reducing hospital strain. We also allow them to save directly to the pension fund for their retirement. Ultimately, our responsible consumption allows them to hospitals to book only when they need to, and we do this not just through our word, but also through the 5-star reviews that the hospitals and clinics have left for us. Ultimately, our team has healthcare experience, and we've been able to do this, so we hope that you believe We Assist can fill all healthcare vacancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Is Seth in the room? I'd like to ask you to join Tiffany so that we can take questions together. And I'm looking for questions from the audience. We have one question here. Do we have a mic? Oh, there.
Hi, thank you for a good presentation. Do you have plans to expand outside of Malaysia?
One of the reasons we believe this is a great platform is because we don't think this problem is just Malaysian. We think this is an international problem, and we would love to be able to support international countries as well with this.
Thank you. Any more question? Yes?
Yeah, thank you. Technically, how efficient is your solution? How many bugs you have faced during...
Sorry. Can you speak up kindly?
Yeah, technically, how efficient is your solution? How many bugs you have faced during the implementation phase? Thank you.
If the question is how efficient is our solution, is that, okay. So out of all the jobs that are that people try to fill, hospitals generally try their own approach first. So we are able to fill 60% more than they would otherwise be able to staff.
Question here?
Am I understanding you correctly that this is really just a scheduling solution, or is there more?
So what is really essential about healthcare scheduling that differs from maybe waitress scheduling or any kind of other unprofessional sector is that the stakes of credentialing are extremely high. Because if you want to put in another nurse from another department into perhaps a different ward, you may have the situation where they have never seen that case before or they've never operated in that field before. So an essential component of what we do is the skill set credentialing, ensuring that the kind of people that we schedule are the right people and they can fill in those vacancies to a high degree.
So this is the kind of thing that would need to be customized if you would move to a different market, because the skill sets and the names for these things will be different.
Yep, so the thing that would need to change is the requirements. And fortunately for healthcare, these requirements are extremely public, it's very accessible, and my background is actually in law. I'm a dual qualified lawyer, so I understand the different complexities of different regions.
Any more questions from the audience? Connor?
Unsurprisingly, it's a question on impact. I love the impact that you have on the staff that uses your tool. It's very convincing to me. I have an extra question on impact. Have you measured the impact on health outcomes? Have you measured any impact you have on, do patients get better care?
So what we haven't specifically gotten that purely because we don't have access to that data. But when we speak with hospitals, what we hear from them is retention, whether they continue to use our platforms. And what we understand is that if they don't have staff, they need to turn patients away. The reality is, because they continue to book on our platform, and they're doing it often, and they're doing it more and more, we assume from that maybe more patients are being seen, and therefore fewer people get turned away.
No more questions from the audience? All right, well, let's put our hands together for Locom Apps, We Assist, Tiffany and Seth. Thank you so much. And please join me in welcoming Kataki from Brazil. Let's hear all about it. Hello, guys. Let's hear from Kataki, Brazil. Woohoo!
Hello. I am a street artist. I'm working with superheroes for the last 18 years. But forget about Batman, Wonder Woman, or Spider-Man. I work with real superheroes like Fabiana, and like Sebastian, Eugene, and Bispo. And they are superheroes not only because they are carrying 500 kilos of our waste off the streets every day. They are superheroes because they are preserving natural resources. They are mitigating climate change. Also, they are saving the planet. In Brazil, there are over 1 million waste pickers that are the hands behind 90% of all the recycling happening there. But we still dump $2.5 billion every year by not recycling. But this is global. We have these 20 million waste pickers everywhere in the world, and we have been studied. They have been doing this essential service. This has happened even in Hyderabad, in India. I took these photos every day, these days. And here, we created My Carroça to meet this demand, to increase their self-esteem, their income and visibility in Brazil and abroad with artists and volunteers, and become a reference in recycling. And people started to call me, hey Mundano, please share a contact with me. I want to recycle. And to meet this natural demand, we created Kataki, the Tinder of recycling. Right, Patricia?
Right, Mundano, Tinder of recycling, yes. So Kataki is an app that connects who wants to recycling with the waste pickers. In terms of numbers, we have nowadays more than 4,000 waste pickers in our platform, more than 50,000 users, and we are through more than 2,000 cities in Brazil. But we don't have only the collection. We have another functions too, as information for who doesn't know how to recycle and has doubts. We have maps to find the best place for you put your waste. And we have even a calculator that you can use to calculate your impact, your positive impacts for doing the right thing. And in terms of impact for waste pickers, they have 64% in increasing their incomes, less work journey, more work possibilities. And this is all sponsored for all companies that are with us. But they are not doing enough, right, Mundano?
Right, Patricia. It's far away to be enough. This is how our superheroes are working in vulnerable conditions. So it's not why it's a shame to the brands stay investing more in greenwashing than in real effective solutions like Kataki. So is that why we are here, to invite you, to challenge you, all the governments and companies to be part of the solution. The waste pickers and Kataki are ready for it. Thank you.
To the second 3 minutes. All right, I'm looking for questions from the audience. Madame.
You're too slow. Just leave on mic here afterwards. This is excellent work. My question for you is, are you partnering with other waste picking organizations in other countries also? So you can become a platform of platforms.
Yes, great question. Actually, Kataki is a hub of other startups. So the waste pickers are startups. And of course, we are in a global audience of waste pickers. Last year was just launched the Global Alliance of Waste Pickers with organizer of speakers from other countries, and we still exchange a lot, and we dream so we could go to other countries sharing our knowledge to make our mission that is guarantee their rights everywhere in the planet.
Any further questions? Natalie?
Oh, hello.
Tanya.
Okay,
Tanya.
great. Do you have any plans to also put in some organizing and getting your waste pickers onto a track to a regularly paid job with insurances, healthcare, etc.? So what's the horizon?
Yeah, amazing question. So as the non-profit, My Carroça, the Lunch Kataki, this is already what they does. But of course, organization, we have a different program with cooperatives, and we have advocacy doing this pressure for payments for the service, because they are doing a public service, collecting the waste, recycling, and normally in the good countries, this is the government that does, right, public service. A private service, also doing the logistical reverse of the brands, so still our mission also to give this pressure for receiving the right payment for their service.
Just complementing, we've been working with these waste pickers, and some of them they don't want to work in an organized way. So we, as Kataho and Kataki, we don't say what they have to do. So if they want to work like that in cooperatives, it's okay. We are here to fight for their cause. So we support it the same way.
Hi.
Yeah.
How many users you have daily active in the platform?
How many daily users?
Great questions. So a big challenge for us is to work with waste picker, informality. Part of them sometimes are in vulnerable conditions, so they keep changing numbers, and big part of our data goes to the informality, are on WhatsApp or in a call. And when we do a match, like the Tinder does, they have a relationship, a happy relationship, so they don't need our platform anymore. Of course, we are working on that. We are raising funds for that because we want to gamify their entire process, putting brands, discounts, points, so they could keep bringing more data. But this we already tried to do, and the speaker said, oh, let's give it back, let's make it simple. So what we are doing, nobody are doing, any startups are doing, because we are going in the most challenged class of workers that are doing this big part of recycling in the global south.
We have another question here.
Thank you for a great presentation. My question is, how do you define the business model in terms of economics?
Okay, so our business model, as we're with vulnerable people, is not charge them and not charge the user. So we are not the Uber of recycling terms that we are charging the drivers or charging the user. Our idea is they make their profit. So our business model is the brands, the companies. So we work with Heineken, Coca-Cola, Nestlé. They need to do their part. So they hire us to create solutions for their packaging problem. And there are different kinds of packaging, harder to recycle. So these Kataki also do logistic reverse programs.
Yeah, we even have more projects where we use Kataki as a tool to make rastreability and give you all the data for these companies that have these goals to achieve in terms of packaging and recycling.
Any further questions? Follow up here.
Oh, so it's more B2B, is what you're saying. It's B2B.
Yes, B2B.
One more question, last question here.
Excellent work. Very nice to see. However, this is the kind of service, or this is the kind of product, what you are, is the kind of product that should be obsolete over time. It should not be necessary forever to have a wonderful service like yours to solve a problem that should be solved by society or by the state. So are you also working towards a societal solution that doesn't rely on the wonderful work that you yourselves are doing?
Great question. We still live in this waste crisis. We are double the plastic that we're producing, so it's always growing. So this, unfortunately, waste pickers in these conditions is the reality in most of the country in the global south. I know that probably here there is this diverse audience. They figure out that they have, but they are invisible. They are outside. Nobody look at them. But they exist and they will still growing. But of course, in strategic plans, we look in 10-year period, 20-year period, what could happen. But we're gonna be with them, no matter what happens, we're gonna be serving the planet, the waste pickers, and we invite all of you to be part of the solution.
All right. Well, all the way from Brazil, Patricia and Mondano, thank you so much. Kataki. From Nepal, please help me welcome Kataho Digital Address System. And I have to know whether this is Ram or Laksh. So you are Laksh. You will know the reason for my question in a while. Yes, we're ready. Thank you.
Namaste. How many of you have house number plate, address plate, and address plate in your house, or usable number plate? Here in the right side, you see, this is in Nepal, is my house. We have 4 number plates, and still the postman cannot come to my house, and they make a call, and I need to give the reference. So this situation here in Nepal. Though we have a house number plate in our house, but what if we go in the middle of the road and we're stranded? So we also need the address of that as well. And it's not the problem of only Nepal. And according to UNDP Commission, 4 billion people worldwide don't have the formal address or a structured address. So these are the problems that not having the address. That's why we built Kataho. This is where are you? The meaning is Kataho in Nepali. It's the revolutionary digital addressing system designed to bridge the global address gap. So what is this? This is offline. So no need internet. It's local. It's adaptable to any country and any language, and it's scalable. We can scale it to the whole world, and it's unique. We have trillions of address. We have already created 16 billion address only in Nepal, and it's user-friendly. We can create this address plate instantly, and it's compatible to any map. So there is no map compatibility issue, and it's very accurate. So your address and my address is different, and even beside me, the address made different. What we give, we provide the speakable. We can speak the address, and you can hear the address within 3 seconds, and that address is accurate enough. And we also provide the physical house number plate. It's an NFC-enabled smart digital number plate. It's KID, and ERC, Emergency Response Console, and API to B2B, and offline grid map. If you do not have mobile phone or any internet connection, still you can go there. And this is the impact that we struggled along with our government, and we got a license from the government of Nepal. And we tried with the postal service there in Nepal, and now they can take it in 100% to the place. And its location communication is reduced by 6 times, and its fire emergency response is enablement by in pond geotagging, is urban mobility enhancement. So these are the things that we achieved. And we have got in India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Japan. We have just coded, and it's full phase in Nepal. And it's the business sustainability, this alignment, and this aligned with the current WSA theme is digital democracy and us. It's a free private digital address for 4 billion people with data ownership of their own. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ram. Questions from the audience? We have a question here, and here, and here. And this is Lakshman joining Ram on the stage.
Hello and welcome. I'm here. There you go. Yeah.
Hello? Yes.
As a woman, the first thing that came to mind, how are you going to...
Can you kindly speak up? We can't hear you here.
As a woman, the first thing that came to my mind was, how are you going to protect the misuse of your software for stalking or robbery or just different, for the misuse?
Sorry?
As a woman, she's asking, how are you able to prevent misuse of your software?
Okay. We have a SOS in our application. That SOS is it can be used as an emergency using this our application.
You want to add something?
So I think the question was, how can you make sure that, for example, it's not used for stalking, so that someone can follow me as a woman and can track me and then...
Oh, sorry. Sorry. It is not the tracking app. As I said, it is offline. It is even offline. So it is not the tracking app. And that I mentioned, the SOS is the willing. I need to give the consent. I need to send my location. I need to send my location. I need full consent of me. So when I give the consent, then you can get the address. Otherwise, you wouldn't get the address.
All right. We have a question here in the front.
I just wanted a clarification. You showed the post office letter or something, because my question to you is, so is the post office using these codes to deliver?
Right, yes. Our post office, our government post office, adapted this Kataho addressing system for postal delivery.
Next, I'm getting a question there and then here.
Yeah, thank you. Good solution. My question is kind of related to what he asked, but how do you sustain the solution? Has it been given to government, and then what is the plan for scaling it maybe beyond Nepal? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Our sustainability that I showed in my slide, that we sell the address plates. That address plate we have, we sell address plate. This is a premium service. For the basic service, it is free for everyone. They can download, they can get their address, and they can print them out, and they can paste it. It's free, never charge. And the premium services like IoT, like this address plate, this made of aluminum, steel, and even brass, and even if someone needs gold-plated, that's also we provide. And that we charge because the customer, they need the different kind of customization, then we will charge. We say the prime customer.
I have one more question from the audience here.
How is your solution different from Google Plus codes and what 3 words?
Yeah, actually, it is totally different than Google Plus code and what 3 word. Though we followed Google Plus code algorithm because our government, before 3 years, our government had just one SOP has passed, so standard operating procedure has passed, and Google Plus code was allowed to use for the postal service delivery. So the first, second, third grade, up to third grade, we did our one algorithm, and after that, the last grade, we connect with Google Plus code so that it would be compatible with the existing solution. But Google Plus code, let's say I just say you the comparison between Google Plus code. My home address of Google Plus code is 7MB7 R325 plus P24, right? That and that one is English, only in English. And now my code is 09 Laksha Nivas 02222. That one is culturally and linguistically easy to spell by my father, my grandfather. There are just 400 words, very easy words. So these words we use. And also, you just mentioned what 3 words. They use 40,000 words and very jumbled. And our system is a structured one.
Any further questions from the audience? Ladies and gentlemen, Kataho by Nepal, from Ram and Lakshman. Thank you so much. A gentle reminder to my fellow jurors, please do not vote until you have seen all the pitches, and please do not vote for projects from your own country. All right. Last but not least, let's put it together for WeGo Morocco. Not yet on. Yep. And you have the clicker. Saad?
Yeah.
All right.
Good. Thank you. So my name is Saad. I'm the CEO and founder of WeGo. I'm from Morocco. And I'm representing WeGo, which is the one-stop shop for all mobility needs across emerging markets. So the problem that we are solving is quite huge. There is 150 million people that are using public transportation on an everyday basis. 81 of them have a hard time planning their trips, getting real-time arrivals, and paying for their tickets. So that's why we created WeGo. So WeGo is a mobility-as-a-service app that includes mobile payments. So basically, it's a fintech and mobility combined. So our app is an aggregator for all transportation in one single app. Users can check real-time arrivals of buses, trains, metros, but also can book and pay for ride-hailing apps and for public transportation. We also developed a SaaS that we give for free for cities and transport operators, so they can manage routing and ticketing for all their vehicles directly on our SaaS. So this is how it looks like, a partnership between us and a city. This one is in Safi in Morocco. And our footprint is getting larger. Now we are live in 6 cities. 5 of them are in Morocco, 1 in Dakar, Senegal. And we already mapped out 18 other different cities across Latin America and Africa. Our business is simple. The integration is free for cities and transport operators. We want to make our technology accessible to everybody, and we take a 3% fee on each transaction. Actually, now we have around 50,000 monthly active users that pay every day through our app for different modes of transportation. And we have around 17,000 virtual cards, that is WeGo card activated, that people can use to tap and pay all over these modes of transportation. Since there is no aggregator available in the South, we want to be this aggregator, and it's an opportunity of $27 billion per year, and 60% of total revenue for public transportation will be generated through online sales, and we want to be the leader of this sector, especially in the South Hemisphere. We started in 2020, and we continue to grow. Next year, we'll be generating around $7 million in GMV by 2026. We gathered a great team for other successful startups that joined us to work together on this mission. And for our impact, I had a video, but it's not working. And by this, I will sign the end of
Pour
my...
se déplacer à Safi, il est possible
So
de
this
localiser
is
son
the
bus à la
experience
seconde
in
près.
Safi.
Un service rendu
We have
possible grâce à
around
WeGo,
80,000
une application
people
mobile.
that are using it on a daily basis to pay through us. And
J'habite
people
très loin de
are
la
quite happy
faculté.
about
Le
it.
matin, je consulte
Thank you so
l'application.
much. WeGo from Morocco, Saad. Thank you so much. Question for WeGo. I have 1 question there, 2 questions, 3, 4. Anybody has a mic? Let's start here.
Hi, Sad. A part of your 3%, how much the visa takes also?
Sorry?
Visa,
How much is?
Visa. Visa. Visa.
Visa.
Okay.
Yeah. A part of
Actually,
yours.
we have a special partnership with Visa, so they take only 0.7%. Yeah. So we take the rest.
Yes, please.
I wanted to ask about accessibility.
Can you kindly speak up?
I wanted to ask about accessibility aspect.
Accessibility aspect.
How did you resolve for visually impaired people? Did you take them into account, or anybody who has other visual issues? And what about the digital divide and the people who are digitally less literate or illiterate?
So part of that, we know that we created this especially for that. A lot of people, especially in the African continents, are still using cash. They don't have access to a card, etc. So that's why each time a new user uses WeGo, we automatically create this digital card that they can top up this card. If he already has a card, that's good. If not, he can go and pay on 5,000 different cash shops that we already partnered in, so that accepts cash and top up this card with the amount that they want to, in order to give accessibility to a large audience that can use our app on a daily basis for payments.
Next corner.
For impact, you had a video that you didn't get to show. So tell us, what is your impact?
Great. Actually, our impact is double. First, for the cities and the operators, we make it easier for them to get money in advance. Their users are able to give them money before even using the service, which give them cash flow and make it a sustainable business for them. And the second thing is that for the users, we add more users to use on a daily basis public transportation, since we enhance the experience to make it easier to track the next bus when it's coming, etc. And also avoid queues, etc. You already paid on the app, so a lot more people are using it on a daily basis. On the 6 cities, we did a survey. We have around 15 to 20% more of daily usage of buses, specifically on the regions that we already serve.
Yes. Oh, here. Yes, please.
I see you have a lot of Latin American countries map.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's an interesting market. And I'm here for exploring also the other part of the world, which is Asia, especially India. All over the world, we need to make information to real time about public transportation available, and also make it possible to everybody to pay whatever they are with avoiding cash directly on their phones. So that's why we think that Latin America is one of the most interesting markets for us.
I have a question there, and the final question, the last question, will be the gentleman here. Yes, please. You had a question? Yes. Do you have the mic? All right. Any other? Okay. Yes, please.
Should I go?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Where is your company incorporated, and who's there on the cap table?
Good. We incorporated our company in Morocco first, and then now in Delaware, since we are covering a lot of places at once. And for our cap table, it's mainly institutionals from Morocco, and one for now from the US.
The last question we're going to have from the audience. Yes.
Your website tells about wegolines.com. When it comes to your email, wegolife.com, is there any difference between the two?
No.
Okay.
Actually, it goes to the same thing.
All right. Thank you so much, Saad. Thank you so much, everyone. I would like now to ask all the winners to join us back, so you can stay on stage. Saad, please join us back on stage. All the winners. Smart settlements and urbanization.
have to ask the audience what you need from them.
We'll have a group picture for all the late nights and the hard work that got them here on stage. Please give them a huge round of applause. We'll have a group picture. Thank you so much. Well, you have now access to the network of the WSA experts, jurors, industry experts. So what would you like to ask from the audience? Who would like to go there first?
Okay, I have a request that probably everyone can fulfill because we are trying to get a certain number of Instagram followers. So if you have Instagram, can you please follow Locom Apps? So it's LOCUMAPPS. So this is something most of you, I hope, can do.
Locom Apps on Instagram, we need followers.
Thank you. We only need 8 to get to 2,000. So just get us there.
We got you covered, Tiffany. We got you covered.
The second thing, the little bit more serious one, is that we are looking into internationalization. And I think when I shared earlier about the struggles that people face with shortage of clinical manpower, we think this is a problem not only Malaysia faces. So if your country faces it, please, I would love to speak with you. Yeah, great. And I would like to see how I can help you solve that problem in your country.
All right.
For us, Kataho, we are researching to collaborate with the global, because as I mentioned there, 4 billion people still don't have address. So we need the partner for any country. So it's open.
Partners.
Okay, first I'd like for you to recognize your superhero from your city, from your neighborhood. I'd like also for you to start to recycling, to separate, aggregate, and clean the material, because there is somebody that will put their hands on it. Secondly, I know you are really well connected, so I'd like to, me and Patricia, we can talk later, if you can open a dialogue with big corporations, big brands, the polluters, the people that are in power that can invest in real-world effective solutions. We need to stop greenwashing and invest in real solutions with people, because this is the circular economy, this also the money. With these people in poverty, receiving for the service they already provide, we can live better in equity. So that is my call.
Madame.
So for us, it's quite simple. As I said, I'm here to look for partners to launch Hyderabad. So if you are connected to the bus or to the metro or to the city of Telangana, I'm here.
All right, well, please give yourself a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you for the audience. Thank you for sticking for that long.
Thank you, Batul. Thank you to all the jury members. From the first winner session, a few people who raised their hands are now in the other room, which is not ideal for networking. So we will now all go down to the 5th floor. There we will ask all the winners just very briefly on stage that everybody remembers who was who. Then we will read out the names that who have to talk to. They will raise against their hands, and then we will connect you. So we will all meet now in the 5th floor at the Marvel. Good thing is that also there we will have dinner, so no more elevators after that.